Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We are back discussing Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 10. And this was a weird episode. This is kind of interesting. Full of all of these B and C and D storylines.
E, F,
E, F,
G.
G, H. Yeah.
I'm getting deep.
Yeah, they hit a K every now and then.
Yeah. It's definitely been my least favorite episode so far. I would say, a lot of these storylines, not particularly exciting.
Yeah.
There were a couple of small developments, but I would say this felt the most like a TV show with like kind of middle season filler and like just a little bit of advancement of the important plot points.
Yeah, I didn't expect that there would be an episode that would be my least favorite, but of course, by comparison, one would get that title, and I think this does it. It took 10 parts, but yeah, I finally got to it felt like regular TV mostly, some weirdness here and there, but it did feel like, like that weird part of season 2, of Twin Peaks. Before it kicks into high gear towards the end and is just like full of awesomeness.
Exactly. Yeah. It's I was thinking, I didn't think anything supernatural happened in this episode, with the exception of the Laura Palmer vision.
I guess like they had to throw something in there.
Yeah, it's obligatory. And it's the kind of thing where, if this was another show, like The Leftovers or Lost or something, I would be sort of debating about whether or not it was supernatural or whether or not, what I mean? It was all in Gordon's mind or something. Yeah. I don't believe for a second it was all in Gordon's mind.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. We talked about that before, but I like have no impetus to wonder if it's real or not at all. It doesn't even cross my mind.
No. It seems clearly real.
It clearly happened, and it's weird. It's unprecedented.
Totally.
For Gordon of all people.
Gordon, I know. What the fuck, Gordon?
And it's like he was just drawing a weird animal. And is that supposed to connect to the frog locust thing, which sort of connects to Laura in some way? It's delicious and tasty. So anyway, but you're right. That was the one sort of big supernatural thing that was, really crazy. And then when I saw, of course, Cheryl Lee's in the credits, so I was like, well, this time it worked because she was actually in the episode.
Right. Yeah. It was the first. I think they haven't really shown her for quite some time, I believe.
Yeah.
Though she's been mentioned, I mean, we saw some pictures and stuff like that, but this was really like kind of a new thing. I mean, I think it was footage from Fire Walk with Me.
That makes sense.
That they used when she comes to the door.
Is this Donna? Are you still my friend?
I think that's that one. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're still my best friend. I think that
best
was
friend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's where. And there's also some audio of, and you really get it from the closed captions, which they have their flaws, but they're also useful sometimes. There's some audio of Sarah like calling Laura's name.
Yeah.
Which I think was from the original series.
Well, so and it's interesting because there's that, in the Fire Walk with Me dream she has from the picture frame, in the script, when she wakes up and she's looking towards the door, it's supposed to be her mom calling her name, but that's not in the actual movie. They just have her looking at the door, which is somehow better. And so I wonder if that's related to this idea of her being called by her mom, that whatever that idea was, from that they didn't actually execute.
That makes sense.
Because it was the same, same kind of idea there. But we gotta wonder: is this sort of gonna bring Twin Peaks in terms of like its location into focus for Gordon, maybe, now that he's seen Laura. And I mean, he knows this is all connected, but now he's got a bigger, sort of bigger piece of the puzzle here. So I'm wondering if maybe he'll go, guys, we got to go back to where it all started.
I actually feel like that's exactly what's going to happen. That sounds so true. I mean, I feel like, I mean, that's a huge skip ahead, but now I'm really anxious to talk about a lot of stuff from that thing. Because,
well, yeah, go ahead. I mean, this is our podcast. There's no rules.
Am I allowed? Okay, so so we find out in a kind of strange way that Hastings is going to take them to the site, which presumably is the site where they, went to the zone and contacted the major and like the stuff he talked about in the last
coordinates,
episode.
Presumably.
Yeah. So, which is not, this is not the other coordinates. Presumably, this is not the other coordinates that they brought to the major when, from the military.
Isn't that interesting?
But those are the ones that Evil Cooper wants, and those are the ones that, does Hastings not remember those? I mean, I'm kind of wondering.
Let's just keep track. We've got the coordinates in quotes. Then we have the zone.
Yeah.
Don't forget Jackrabbit's Palace.
Which also involved coordinates. And then, there's I'm assuming Jackrabbit's Palace is the coordinates, but we'll see.
Wait, you don't think that's where they went to the zone?
No, definitely not. I don't think they went to Twin Peaks, no.
Okay.
No, because I think they were supposed to still be in the general Buckhorn vicinity. I don't think he drove hundreds and hundreds of miles.
Is it that far?
I think so.
Come on.
I mean, am I crazy?
Western, where are they? South Dakota?
Yeah, South Dakota.
To Washington? That's 50 miles.
So you gotta go across Montana and stuff.
Oh, you cut through Catty Corner.
Catty Corner. Little Idaho. Yeah, okay, you can go through Wyoming, but yeah, this has gotta be.
Oh.
It's a good drive.
Wait.
I don't think there's any way. And he woke up in his home and Ruth stuff. No, I think the place where they went to the zone is a different place, and the coordinates that the major wanted, is the thing that Evil Cooper wants, and I'm guessing that's Jackrabbit's Palace.
It's only 1,100 miles or so.
Oh my God, that's more than I thought. But yeah, that'll work. I don't think that's what happened. Just gonna go out on a limb there.
But okay, so wait, so I'm really confused because so we need a name for the place that they went that led them to the place where the major was, which is not where the coordinates went.
They went back twice. I'm assuming that they went to the same place.
Because I guess that's kind of what I want to figure out, right? It's kind of like Glastonbury Grove, right? The opening to a gateway, right? So there's a doorway you have to go through, right, to get to where the major was. Yeah. And where he is a place that could have coordinates, but that's not the coordinates he wanted because that took his head presumably to where the coordinates are. Probably. So there's three places just in that one part of the story, and that doesn't have to do with Jackrabbit's Palace. I'm wondering, but it's not necessarily one of those three places. Yeah. True. Now, I'm wondering if Jackrabbit's Palace, though, is still a doorway to where the major was. Maybe there's some...
It could be.
Because clearly there's multiple doorways in this world.
Multiple doorways, yeah, definitely.
We got a doorway in New York, we got a doorway presumably near Buckhorn, and we've got a doorway in Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to throw in because so I rewatched parts 1 and 2 the other day because, I wanted to go back to where it all began. And
that's a great idea.
I have to say that. Thank you, Gordon. I have to say that the episode plays totally differently now. Having a better idea of where the season goes.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like I had a totally different perspective on pretty much everything. The evil Cooper stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another thing to mention about that. But what I was going to say is the scene where Hawk goes out to Glastonbury Grove
mm-hmm.
and talks to the log lady.
Yep.
On the phone. It's a weird scene. Actually, that's in part 3. Yeah. Or is it? Yeah. No, it's in part 2.
2 sounds right.
Yeah, my trivia is not great on the new series because I haven't seen that many times, not compared to the old series. Anyway, I think it's part 2. It's weird. Like, it's this weird moment that he hasn't commented on, right? There's been no follow-up. There's been no anything about that.
About
in
what?
The rest of the series?
About what in particular?
His visit to Glastonbury Grove. Like, it's weird because he's out there and he's like Margaret, your log and I are on the same page,
mm-hmm.
And it's like I don't even know what that means exactly. Like, I mean, it's weird. It's like because she called him, like mm-hmm. I don't know, like it's sort of like, and then he says something's supposed to happen here tonight, and they cut to the Red Room stuff with Cooper, the Laura scene and all that. And I do feel like part of what's going on with that is a misdirection. Mm-hmm. It's kind of because when he's there, you do see the curtains, and I presume that he saw the curtains.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a misdirection that leads you to believe Cooper's going to come out of there.
Yeah.
Which is such a frustrating thing, knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Where that's actually going.
It's mirroring, the end of the season 2 when
exactly
when
it's
Harry's waiting out there, and
But is it just that? I mean, is it just a fake out? It's just weird. What did he think was going to happen? Why did he think something was going to happen?
You sparked a crazy theory in my head, though, that maybe something. I don't know how the timeline works out, but maybe something. It doesn't really work, but I was going to say something with Hastings. Like, maybe that's one of the times they went to the zone, and, but I guess if he says something happened there in particular, it doesn't quite work. But I was just thinking if, like, he just felt something supernatural in the air or something. Because when he says, like, we're on the same page, he and the log, I assume he means, like, his intuition is telling him, something in this, something's up with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then he sees the curtains, But I wonder if, or maybe he means Cooper leaving. Does Cooper leave the Black Lodge that same sort of time?
I mean, not on screen. It was really the next part.
It's the next one. Yeah. I'm just wondering, how the timeline works out, because he could be meaning one of those kinds of things, something with Hastings or something with the Major, or something with Cooper, maybe, but I totally forgot that line. And you're right, you totally are like, okay, great, he's gonna come out here and Hawk is gonna be there, and then like God, who knew it'd be so much more complicated?
Oh my God!
And extended
of an adventure. We're still like deep in it.
Like, they're getting close to, like, outdoing, Frodo and the Fellowship, in terms of, like, a long extended journey. It's just like, oh man, are we there yet?
Yeah. It's starting to remind me, like, a little bit of the Packard Sawmill Ghostwood plot, where it just kind of keeps going on and on, and like events happen, but then they just lead to further events, and it never really resolves. I mean, I guess the resolution for Ghostwood in the original series is that Catherine, like, sort of extorts it out of Ben because she knows where he was the night Laura was murdered.
Well, let's not forget her masterful deception as Mr. Yamagato or whatever.
Toshimura, please.
Oh, sorry.
Let's get our fake Japanese names right.
Insert stereotypical Japanese name. Like, that was a masterful performance, I swear. And so few people really knew she did that,
Yeah.
And it was really, really insane. And it's one of those things you could not get away with today at all.
Fuck no.
We were at work, we were talking about Short Circuit, and, when Fisher Stevens was basically playing an Indian guy. And you're just like, no, you couldn't do that.
Yeah.
But, you're right. So that's how that ended. She kind of Ben was literally in a corner in jail, and he needed an alibi. So he needed her to vouch for him to get him out. Although there was no real evidence against him, but
there was it was mostly circumstantial, and then there was the fur that Leland planted on Maddie's body.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He wanted him to take the fall for Maddie too.
Yeah.
Bob really cleans up after himself, right? And it's funny that ties together with Mr. C shooting Phyllis and blaming the lawyer guy.
Yep.
That's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, because the Hastings stuff was the strangest to rewatch. Like, imagining, like, oh, he just had a night and a half. Like, he's all surprised when the police show up, but
he thought it was a dream, and I thought, and then it was like, I think the prevailing theory at the time was that he was inhabited, and Bob or somebody inhabited him and made him do this crazy stuff, and it's like, no, it's weirder than that.
Oh yeah, it's so not that straightforward. And the stuff when he says like it was a dream, like I'm not. I don't know. I felt like he was clearly hiding some aspects of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, based on what we heard in the last part, and it's just strange that like. He's been engaging in this like crazy activity trying to search for this like supernatural other dimension or whatever. And like it never even comes up that that's literally what he was doing with Ruth that night, when she turned up dead. I mean, I guess he's just like, I can't tell them that stuff. They'll just think I'm crazy or something. Like, I'm not really sure. But
it actually calls into question how much of his adventures did he think was a dream, right? Because if he thought, when he woke up the next morning that couldn't have possibly happened, that was way too crazy. Does that include the first meeting with the Major? I'm curious. Like, did he think the Major encounter wasn't real either?
Right.
But
it's a good question. And also about the fingerprints in Ruth's apartment. I started to like wonder if the point is that they were having an affair, and that's why his fingerprints were there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not even that he was there the night she was killed. Necessarily.
It just proves that he has been in her apartment.
Yeah, whereas at the time I thought it really implicated him, because they really lean on that, your prints are there. Of course that's Phyllis, and she's got her own problem. And it's interesting. I think it's implied that she was actually having an affair, not just with George the lawyer, but with Evil Cooper as well.
Yes, yeah. Well, but that's because he had his evil, his Mr. C, if you will. Ladies just can't turn it down. Maybe that's what they call him, Mr. C.
Yeah, apparently. Irresistible.
Yeah, it just you can't not want that. So Janie E finds a version of that out herself in this episode, in this part. Which I thought was so interesting, and I it was a different side of Janie E than we've seen thus far.
Definitely.
And I thought, of course, there's no way you hire Naomi Watts and you don't have her play two parts. Play two characters basically.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's so fitting that they would show a completely different side of her because it's Naomi Watts. You know, she could do anything, and so I thought that was really cool. And like the idea of just recontextualize her whole character, in terms of okay, like your personality is more than just the bickering wife,
right?
Like okay, you're like okay, there's other parts of you. Great, oh that's interesting. I didn't think about that. I thought this was your whole character, and this is what you'll just be doing the whole time.
When they cut to her in the chair, I was like, "Is that her?" It did. She looked like ridiculously different. It was like, what did they do? Like I got so used to how she normally looked that there was something about the way she was sitting. I don't know if it was her hair, the expression on her face.
It was like everything. She was giving it 100%. I mean, that's why it struck me. I'm like, Naomi fucking Watts, guys. I mean, what do we think's gonna happen here? And it's I swear I can't wait to see what awards some of these people on the show win or are nominated for, because there's just a lot of great stuff going on. But her hair just seemed different, and it was she looked like a different character.
Yeah. The transformation was it was just so dramatic, because you're right. Like, in general, she's been like a fairly one-note character so far. So she got a second note.
She's got 2 notes. There was another note where that came from.
But what I was gonna say is, Hastings says to Phyllis, "I know about you and George, and I think there's someone else too."
Oh.
And that really stood out to me. And then when Phyllis actually goes home and Eva Cooper's there, she's like, "What are you doing here?" Like the way she says the line, I feel like at least somewhat implies that
it has to be him.
They were having an affair. Like that's why who the third person was.
Why though?
I don't know. She got pulled into that plan, and I have no idea why. But you know what? There's some people get pulled into Eva Cooper's plans for inexplicable reasons.
But why was any of that part of his plan? I thought I'm exacerbated. Isn't the plan for Ray to get the coordinates from the secretary? Why is Cooper even around diddling Phyllis? Like, why is that? I don't get it. I don't understand why that's a part of the plan at all.
I mean, just to get her trust so he can kill her and pin it on. I have no idea.
Yeah, why?
It makes no sense.
It seems like he has to kill her so she can't rat him out who he is, right. But it's like, but you're the one who got into her life.
What did she do for him in the first place?
Exactly. Wonder. Yeah. Now maybe that was the original plan somehow, because there's like multiple plans.
Right.
I think Mr. C is also Mr. Contingency. Because he's always on like the 20th plan of his original plan.
True. That's
so
true.
maybe he was originally going to seduce Phyllis and try to have her get the information from Hastings.
That way.
Hey, how about this? You're Mr. Bad Guy. You had a palazzo in Rio. Why don't you just kidnap Hastings and torture him to give him the information you want, like any other bad guy would do? What's with all these plans and conspiracies? I don't understand. Like, what more did he want, and why couldn't he get it in a more direct way?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, maybe he needed Hastings to contact the Major to like find out where to get these coordinates, because
the Major told him that. The Major told him where to get the coordinates.
Yeah, I know, but that's why he couldn't, like, until Hastings actually contacted the Major, he couldn't, But I guess at that point, once he does contact the Major and gets the coordinates, I guess that's when he would step in.
But why
get them?
Yeah, correct. But so what? So why wouldn't he leave Phyllis alone and just wait for Hastings to make contact with the Major. I still don't see why he needs to mess with Phyllis.
You have a good point. I don't get it either. I don't get it either. I mean, I assume she was supposed to have some role in what was happening, but I don't know. It's not clear at all what it was. Or if she was just supposed to. I don't know. If he's just going to kill her anyway, it all seems very pointless.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll circle back to that idea at some point. Hopefully we'll get some more information. Maybe he'll explain in another part why he did it or what he was up to or it's because there are some loose ends with the police figuring out what happened with all that stuff. So definitely. Maybe there'll be some more answers there.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah. Okay. And so I'm just itching to address Diane.
Oh, is there something to address with Diane? I didn't notice anything.
I would say, at least for me, the Diane thing was the major craziness from last time. I mean, I guess it was the most surprising thing, and it was the biggest controversy on the podcast. We had a fairly sharp disagreement about what was going on there.
Yeah, you thought Diane was innocent, and I thought that she looked guilty. Is that what happened? That's what I remember.
I think your memory is not completely wrong, but just a little wonky, just a little backwards. Maybe your memory's Black Lodge.
I was gonna say my memory's a doppelganger of my other memory. It's inverted. Okay, so yeah, what's this with Diane? I didn't notice.
Oh really? So yeah, I was worried actually that we wouldn't get a Diane follow-up for 5 episodes or something. The way the plotting goes in this show, it's you just never know when something's gonna pop up again. Could be the next one, could be 5, 8. I mean, who knows? Hastings took forever to come back.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought it was great that Albert, after the Laura Palmer thing, we'll get to it in the course of the recap, but Albert comes in and says that they intercepted the message that she got from Evil Cooper, around the dinner table, the conversation is lively. There we go. I always want to put dinner in a different place. And then he says, or Gordon asks if there was any response, and apparently there was. It was encrypted, but I guess they decoded it. So it wasn't this, whatever this original message was seems to have been coded but not encrypted, and I guess this other message was encrypted but not coded. So anyway, the message was they have Hastings. He is going to take them to the site. And Gordon says, I felt it. I felt it when she hugged me, and this confirms it.
And it's oh, really, Gordon? Oh, really? Thanks for letting the rest of us know.
And that explains the weirdness of the hug, I think. It actually was supposed to be, there was supposed to be some moment there for Gordon specifically. Yeah. That he's reading something. That's what they're trying to tell us.
Yeah. And I was sorry.
I thought it was just his awkwardness.
Yeah, it was. It calls into question the cigarette scene from the last part. When he's staring at her. If he already suspects something. Yep.
Definitely.
But yeah, so originally when the scene,
keep her close.
Keep her close. Yeah, of course, keep her close. When Albert first comes in and he's Diane received this text, blah, blah, blah. And I'm oh, wow, Diane came off screen and told them she got this text.
Nope.
I was oh, look, that was one of the possibilities that I mentioned. Yep. She thought about it and was hey, I should tell these guys what's up. And then he's we intercepted it and we tracked it down. And
another interesting thing about that is, they mentioned that it came from Philadelphia, but then, then they tracked that actually it came through Mexico or something. It's what the fuck? I don't know. Crazy. Evil Cooper has some crazy technological prowess. Like with someone else's cell phone, he can like route it through various towers to deceive people.
Whatever. I thought that meant that he was in Mexico. I thought that meant
he's not in Mexico.
Well, now that you say it, of course it's true. But I thought that in the moment, I thought, oh, the farm he went to, they must have just been. I guess I was like,
oh my God, that was a long drive.
I was like, yeah, they were driving for a while, and then like who knows how much time passed, since the woodsman did whatever they did. He is supposed to be
going to Las Vegas next, so I guess it's not.
Yeah, so I was just like, maybe they're in the close part of Mexico, like
on
the other side of the border. But yeah, I didn't really think about that they shouldn't be there at all. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just supposed to be that he somehow routed it weirdly. Yeah. I also thought it meant that
like not to
Chantal's,
tell the news, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I thought it also meant like Chantal's phone was from Philly. I was like trying to figure out what they were trying to tell us with that. But yeah, that makes sense that it's just another of his technomancy, and he was basically making a call like untraceable, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's the idea. But like they mentioned that Diane has a stable of boyfriends.
Which
confirms the thing I was thinking.
That guy wasn't like her steady boyfriend.
Main one, exactly.
Yeah. I was gonna say that also seems to go with that idea that maybe somehow she's corrupted. She's like sleeping around now. That's what corrupted women do, and David Lynch works.
Exactly. Yeah, it's sort of like what if, I mean, it's not literally this, but what if Laura had just like accepted Bob, instead of fighting him, instead of like trying to resist or whatever. Just like, okay, Bob, I'll work with you.
Yeah. It's a very milder version of that, of course.
Obviously it's a different situation, but just like vaguely, I think there's some common points there that I feel like are at least like in terms of the way they Lynch and Frost specifically like think about the way characters react to certain things. It seems like there's certain patterns there that are repeating.
Yeah, and it's also similar to how they're doing a mirroring of Shelley's daughter and her husband.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, oh God, I don't remember her name. Becky. Yeah, that's
Becky.
Right. It's like, oh Becky, you're just doing what your mother did. Come on.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, listen, about Diane.
So, I mean, there's plenty of people who, and honestly, I'm one of them, who are still holding out hope that Diane will be redeemed somehow.
She's not. It's like it's a step in the wrong direction. Plot, in terms of what the plot is showing us, it's looking, like she's a traitor, but. Again, like we said last time, we don't know the circumstances. We don't know if she's being coerced. We don't know why she's helping, if she's going along with it for now. But, Gordon's whole thing of like, I knew something was wrong or something like that is interesting in terms of like, if there will be some sort of like fake out or, reveal that, she's really good, but she's in this situation for an understandable reason,
Right. Which they could absolutely tell us. And, that would sort of make it work. But this episode does confirm that, in some way she's willingly helping Evil Cooper and keeping it a secret.
Yes, she's definitely doing that.
Because we mentioned, it stood out to me that it seemed like she didn't do anything, but I guess it happened off screen.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to do that. Like, we'll just cut out the bit that'll tell you what's going on, and then we'll cut to the scene after that and tell you about that bit we didn't show you.
Yeah.
And it's interesting too that she said, they have Hastings, they're gonna have him take them to the site or whatever, because that hadn't happened yet, right? In terms of when she got that message in that scene, didn't they talk to Hastings like after that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's, so I guess, that's when they go to Oh no, yeah, they go see the body first. They go see Major Briggs' body 1st. That's when she gets the message.
Yeah, so it's a while after. So she doesn't send this response in that same scene when she gets the message, or soon after, because they have to go do the whole thing to talk to Hastings. So it was presumably a while later.
Yeah.
When she responded. So I'm curious if the code phrase around the dinner table, the conversation is lively. Is that maybe just to say, hey, this is Mr. C? Like, because he's going to be texting from, random phones.
Right.
So I wonder if that's like a greeting they agreed upon, or he's like, I'll quote, Shakespeare or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's how you'll know it's me, So I wonder if it doesn't mean anything more than just like, hey, this is me.
Yeah, it could totally be that.
Or like, give me the update.
Sense. Yeah, like what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing that was weird about that is that that's how the audience finds out that Hastings is going to take them somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we got no indication from the last part or this one from anybody else that that's what he was going to do.
Yep.
So it's just weird that, like, Diane's text actually tells the audience as well.
It almost feels like there's missing pieces here. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
We'll see those scenes later.
That's going to be weird, though. It's I don't know. Yeah. I do get the sense sometimes I wonder what the script looks like, because I do get the sense sometimes with this show, like there are certain discrete elements where, you can see a clear progression, but some of this stuff, it does seem like it's just kind of popped in at very, at no particular time, but just where, like a place where they can find to fit it in.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that goes back to what we've been saying about how hard it must have been to edit all of these together and figure out where to put information, and because that's what the storytelling is like metering out information,
Yeah, and I feel like the result has been like very, I don't know what the word is, like kind of scattered, like. Like the way, like, you could cut together like the Las Vegas plot or something, and like if you put all that stuff in one place, with Duncan Todd in there, and you know what I mean, like clearer, because we got stuff about Duncan Todd in this episode that I didn't understand.
We got like his fundamental like issue almost, like we got like this whole backstory that connects the casino, the Silver Horse, or what is it, Silver, is it Silver Horse?
I don't know.
I forgot what it's called now. Silver something casino. And yeah, Duncan Todd, we saw his building, so we know he wasn't in that other place that we thought last time.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know that was going on. We had theorized that we'd come back to the casino, but like didn't think that like the casino boss guy was like a character we'd be following, going to his house,
right?
You know what I mean? And to have these like, was it Mitchell brothers? Mitchum brothers, and which is a whole crazy thing, and I did not expect that.
Yeah. So yeah, we found out like he has a connection to the insurance plot with Anthony that we didn't understand before. And I guess it ties in with the Mitchum brothers, which we saw a while ago. Again, like the scattered plotting. And so like, that all kind of makes sense, like why that's there. I think that the thing we still don't really know about Duncan Todd is why is he working for Evil Cooper? His first scene was, Roger, you should hope you never have a man like this in your life,
Well, I just had an idea.
All right.
So, how did the Major presumably die? In the fire? Right. Didn't the Mitchell brothers
Are you saying Evil Cooper, like, burned down the casino?
That's what I'm saying.
That's hilarious. And that's what he has. That, like, because he did that for Duncan Todd. he owes him.
Yeah, he owes him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now he's like deeper, maybe there was a point where he's like, okay, I've, done whatever, but that's enough's enough. And then he, of course, is Mr. C, so enough is never enough until he says it's enough.
Right.
So that's why he's all, sort of forlorn about it, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, I'm just connecting those dots. So maybe that's the kind of thing he did for him.
It does seem similar to the fire with the Briggs that is probably traceable to Evil Cooper as well.
Yeah, and I didn't think I wasn't really thinking. I feel bad. I wasn't thinking about like why would Anthony, and that was a classic Twin Peaks sort of a thing. It's like the opposite of what you thought, right? So it wasn't the classic case of Anthony committing insurance fraud, like approving a claim that was not valid. He did the opposite. He did. He disproved, denied a claim that was valid. Which is like, what? Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. That's crazy. I never would have guessed it was that scenario. And I wasn't thinking about why he would have done it in other than monetary gain. I didn't think about maybe he works for the rivals of some other character. Or we're gonna. I guess I'm still not clear what their relationship is. Why did they even know Anthony? You saw this one twice. Did they? The Mitchum brothers.
Oh.
In terms of why is Anthony involved?
I think he sold them the insurance policy.
Ah, there it is. So yeah, it's just a normal thing. It's nothing crazy. He's just the one that sold them the policy.
Mm-hmm.
So So anyway, it was interesting to get those reveals. And it puts his character in the a new position too, because he's not as dastardly as I thought he was before.
Right.
And because I didn't know what he was up to before.
Right.
But really, he just he's just involved in this whole rivalry thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he would help. I mean, presumably it is for monetary gain. Presumably Duncan Todd is offering money to deny the claim.
Yeah.
After setting up the arson.
Yeah, it seems like the Mitchum brothers would probably pay him to approve the claim.
You got a good point there. Yeah. I don't know why he has more allegiance to Duncan Todd, especially because the thing Duncan Todd is asking from him seems kind of. I mean, it's one of those plans where it's so it has one too many steps, and it just seems very uncertain to succeed. Okay, so Ike failed, right? Mm-hmm. So Duncan Todd's got to kill Dougie somehow. So is he gonna hire another hitman? No. He brings in Anthony and says, okay, you're going to go tell the Mitchum brothers that Dougie's the one who denied their claim, and then they'll kill him.
Yeah.
That's the plan. And that just seems like such a risky way to try to make it happen. And then he says, if it fails, then you have to do it.
Well, but that's the thing. He's out of options. Literally 2 professional hitmen have failed. 2 crews, you know what I mean? So, at this, it kind of makes sense that at this point, it's just get someone to do it. Because otherwise Duncan Todd's going to have to do it himself, right? If the Mitchum brothers don't, if Anthony doesn't, then it's on him to do it. There's no one else he can call.
That's why I was thinking, for Anthony, is it really worth it to try to make this plan work as opposed to just defecting to them? Here's what really happened, and you know what I mean? That might have a better outcome for him than trying to do this all himself.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what Anthony got out of this whole deal and what it's worth to him,
That's true. Which we don't really know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, that's, I guess, that's another example of a character. We could ask that about all these characters that are collaborating with Evil Cooper, why they're doing it. And, if it comes down to just owing him for something, I don't know. Maybe he did something for Diane.
Say that again?
So in terms of like all these characters who are working for Evil Cooper, the suggestion that you made was that Duncan Todd is doing it, basically because Evil Cooper did something for him. So anyway, I was just thinking about Diane. That like, could he have done something for her? Besides like, the obvious.
Yeah, I mean, what would he have to offer except perchance a promise to bring the real Cooper back? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. And now I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe
it's a future offer.
Now I'm not sure how she really thinks about Mr. C in terms of being the real Cooper or not. I don't know if she knows he's a doppelganger or if she thinks that's the real Cooper. And
she might have just been told to say that.
Yeah.
And even though it is true, she might not believe it.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like that scene seems so believable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Laura
Dern, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think Diane also should deserve some acting credit. Because seemingly that was a performance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy.
It's
I didn't suspect for a second.
Diane, what have you been doing since you left the FBI? Oh, studying acting. That's all.
I had to get really good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, Evil Cooper, like, paid for me to go to some, like, acting conservatory.
She's at the new. What is it? The new school or what's the? Oh man, what's the inside the actor studio? Actor studio.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Oh jeez.
Yes, James Lipton himself.
Right. Diane, tell me your favorite words. What word do you love and what word do you hate? And she's like, Cooper. Marvelous.
It's really an extra layer to the Diane story that I'm still confused about what we're supposed to think about it. It's so strange because it's one thing for Chantal and Hutch and like these other random, or Duncan Todd even, where it's like, whatever, they have their reasons. But yeah, with Diane, it's not quite on this level because we never saw her, but it's almost like if they told us Gordon or Albert were working with Evil Cooper, like it's just kind of crazy, or someone from, Hawk or something, what?
Well, now I'm wondering, is he like, are people drawn to him? I'm trying to think of all the people in his sphere, and a lot of them are there because of fear.
Yeah.
But some people are clearly seem like they're getting paid to be around him. But I do wonder if his magnetism is not just for the ladies. Like,
right?
Is it a weird thing that like somehow he's got some dark magnetic power or something, and that that is attributing you attribute that to what's kind of happening with these people, because or is he just threatening people into submission, but I'm trying to think, what would he have on Diane? What could he promise her? What could he threaten her with that would make her... And again, so far she's just spying, but it really... I feel like the key there is what does she think of this guy? And like, what does she think he is? If she thinks that's the real Cooper, and maybe he's told her some story, he's undercover, or... he's got to pretend or whatever and to go along with it, for some reason, or does she know that that's not him, and she wasn't acting in that scene where she says he's not, he's not the real Cooper. She was like sort of telling the truth, but she's, still on his side for some reason.
Right.
So it's a weird like she's saying what's true, but it's in a different context than we expect.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting, actually. On a semi-related note, another thought that occurred to me, just for like simplifying purposes, because the plot just seems like unnecessarily complicated enough already.
Really?
Yes. Is like watching parts 1 and 2, especially the scene where Eva Cooper talks to this character. I would say, like, for me now, the most mysterious character who he thinks is Philip Jeffries, but then starts to suspect maybe he's not.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that that character is indeed the one that Ray and Daria were reporting to, and who put them up to killing Eva Cooper.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And who seemingly wants to be with Bob again. And so I just came up with the idea that maybe, just to like simplify all this, someone's just pretending to be Philip Jeffries, and it's not actually Philip Jeffries.
And you think he was revealing himself in that phone call?
Yeah. Or at least, like, Eva Cooper suspected it.
Okay, that's interesting.
For the first time, seemingly. Because they had been collaborating before. I mean, I think he understood Philip Jeffries as someone on his team. But then, maybe it was just someone pretending to be Philip Jeffries, and even the one who called Albert. I mean, who got the man in Rio who was killed. Maybe that wasn't really Philip Jeffries. Maybe it was just someone saying they're Philip Jeffries.
Well, it's funny that you're like trying to simplify this, but it makes it more complicated because it's like, well, who's that person? Who's in a position to do that?
Now, that's a problem. I don't deny it, but I guess like what I thought before was that was happening. Because we already had the guy on the phone. Plus, there's Philip Jeffries.
Well, but the guy on the phone could be somebody we already know.
It could be.
But I doubt the guy on the phone could be somebody we already know who could impersonate Philip Jeffries.
It's pretending to be Philip Jeffries,
and so are you saying you don't think Cooper, Mr. C, ever saw Philip Jeffries in person? Do you think he's been working sort of remotely or something with him? Because I feel like I feel like he's seen him in person. And
you would think you've seen him in person.
That makes me think, well, he can't be someone who looks like Philip Jeffries, right? Because he knows what Philip Jeffries looks like. He looks like David Bowie.
You would think he would know that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a hurdle, I think. I do like that idea, but yeah, I think you I want it to be Philip Jeffries. I want him to really be in the story.
I do too, but knowing about David Bowie's death and so like the limits on what they could possibly show for Philip Jeffries. I mean, they could recast or something, and since they already introduced the idea that like someone is maybe pretending to be Philip Jeffries and has this agenda, I mean, it made me think that maybe this is the one who's behind the box scheme.
Okay, so now you're really simplifying things. So he's also the billionaire?
I'm just throwing it out there. I think it's a possibility.
He's the billionaire who's been pretending to be Philip Jeffries, and he also wants to be with Bob again? I mean, that's a lot for one character.
Well, but I'm assuming it's a reveal about this character. Whoever this is. I mean, whoever this character is, I mean, there could be more than one, but I guess that's why I'm saying I'm trying to simplify.
Mm-hmm.
By kind of like drawing it together. Now, it could have been that in this part specifically, it could have been that we learned that Eva Cooper's the billionaire. I'm not 100% sure because as a follow-up to the Diane reveal, we get Tammy walking in with a picture of Eva Cooper at the place in New York where the box was.
Wasn't he in the box?
Was he in the box?
I thought he was in the box, which I thought was...
I didn't think that was the box, but I don't know. Maybe it was the box. I thought that was just like that place, but I didn't think he was actually standing in the box.
No, because remember, the cameras are pointed at the box, and she said we found this on one of the earlier memory cards.
They pulled it from the card, right? Yeah, okay. So I guess he was in the box,
I'm trying to find it again, but... I'm pretty sure that he was in the box, which was supposed to be like, holy shit! Like he also came through that thing at some point. That's what my interpretation.
Yeah, that's weird though. Oh, and also, fake Philip Jeffries mentions, "I missed you in New York."
Yes.
So
that's a good connection that the billionaire is the guy on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, and if the guy on the phone is fake Philip Jeffries, and if fake Philip Jeffries...
another hurdle though with fake Philip Jeffries. Yeah, Cooper. This is Cooper in the box for sure. Okay. And here's the other thing though. He also has to convince Albert that he's Philip Jeffries too.
Yeah.
So he's got two people who should know who Philip Jeffries is. Yeah. That he's duping. So that's a big hurdle. It's not impossible.
He doesn't sound anything like Philip Jeffries either. Mm-hmm. But I mean,
well, and that's the thing. Like, yeah, you would think Albert would, if Albert gets a call from someone who's been missing all this time, he would be, his suspicion hat is on.
And you would hope, especially if he's going to give out like secret information.
Yeah, so I feel like he'd be. It's an even bigger hurdle for someone to pull the wool over his eyes like that. With that, but again, not impossible. Depending on
maybe it's a shapeshifter. I don't know.
Oh jeez! Come on, let's bring it down to earth. Like, we're already dealing with crazy enough stuff. Don't bring shapeshifters into it. It's chimera.
I don't think that's it. It's just it's hard for me to make sense of it technically, but it does feel like for the 8 parts we have remaining. I mean, how many characters are there, involved in this thing? I mean, it's possible that there are a lot. I do understand that there are a lot of characters in the show.
Yeah.
But it just seems like it makes sense to kind of pull back the curtain and have like a maybe a bigger, or at least like a rival bad guy to compete with Evil Cooper, who seems to be involved with basically everything so far.
Yeah, but that's
is there a single plot line that doesn't involve Evil Cooper in some way in terms of like the big plot? I mean, I know there's like small plots that don't, but like the Las Vegas stuff is all Evil Cooper. The New York stuff now has a connection.
I think the Twin Peaks stuff isn't really Evil Cooper per se, but it might lead to him.
Well, it was about him though. I mean, like the diary pages, were basically about Evil Cooper.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
And Major's message had the To Cooper thing in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like all of those.
But why isn't that person Dale Cooper? Why isn't the person to go against Mr. C the actual Dale Cooper?
Well, it should be, but I guess what I'm saying is, at the end of the original series, we were poised with Bob / Cooper Doppelganger, which are kind of the same thing and kind of not, and maybe he's not there anymore, but whatever. Like they were poised as like the main villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I feel like the new series is maybe trying to introduce, a bigger villain, an alternate villain, or someone who Dale Cooper probably is going to have to deal with also.
Excuse me.
I presume.
You're basically saying they're bringing in a Windom Earle part 2. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Which my instinct has not been accurate a lot of this show, but my instinct is saying they don't need to do that. But I do, we do have the billionaire. I do think there's good evidence that the billionaire is the guy on the phone. Now we know Mr. C was in New York. Yeah. He was in the box, and he literally did miss him. So I think that connects that character. Now, it was not supposed to be Philip Jeffries, so there's either another character that's Philip Jeffries that's not the billionaire, or the billionaire was impersonating Philip Jeffries, which I guess if you're a billionaire, you could have the resources to do that fairly effectively somehow. Maybe there's some weird, the same way Catherine was incognito as the Asian man, the Japanese guy. Maybe this guy has one of those cool Mission Impossible masks.
Sure.
And so that's how he faked him out in person, or something.
Yeah.
It'd be a little crazy, but a lot of the other stuff is crazy too.
I'm also starting to fixate on I'll Be With Bob Again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When were you with Bob the first time, sir?
Well, now that's interesting because it makes me think of, I thought it was Mike. I thought it was a Black Lodge inhabitant, or was someone who wants Bob back into the special world.
Right.
But maybe it's someone who Bob previously inhabited, and he wants him back, and maybe that's what he means. That must be.
So we're talking like pre-Leland.
Yeah.
Was it? Is it that dirty neighbor?
Oh God! Oh man, the neighbor at the house that's like flicking matches at him.
Yes.
Oh wow! At Little Leland. Maybe it is him, and in the intervening years, he got $1 billion.
He really moved up in the world.
Yeah.
He wants to be with Bob again.
Mm-hmm. That's maybe they would connect that to the 1950s timeline.
That's what I was wondering. Could he be? Because that roughly seems like a decent time. It might be a little too late.
Mm-hmm.
For that to be happening. The connection with that plotline is definitely a huge open question that should have an answer.
I know a lot of people think the girl that the frog bug went in the mouth of is Sarah Palmer, but could that be Leland's mother? And like Leland had him like when she was young, and maybe like. Because basically I'm trying to tie together some connection to Bob that, like, Leland has in some weird way.
Well, let's see. Let me do the math here. That would make Leland's third... Like, let's say she was pregnant instantly at the moment we saw her.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Which, whatever. I mean, maybe the bug did it. I don't know. That would mean Leland would be something like 33 in the original series.
Well, so real quick, this says Leland was born February 1944.
Yeah, that seems more.
So I guess that doesn't work.
Yeah. That's what I was just getting to. I feel like he was supposed to be older.
Yeah, he would have been older than that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, that's an interesting idea, though, about the connection between Philip Jeffries and the guy on the phone and the billionaire.
Yeah.
And the idea, I mean, I think you're right. Like, I mean, it does make sense structurally if there is a villain to fight that they introduce. But, the thing about Wyndham Earle was they spent a lot of time, making him have a connection to Cooper that was very significant. True. So I would also expect that to be true of this billionaire person, like, or whoever is sort of trying to go after Mr. C, that, like, they're not just a new bad guy out of nowhere, that it would have, maybe that's the Be With Bob Again part, is connecting him to the mythology.
Right.
And bringing it back. And maybe Bob inhabited multiple people, maybe Bob inhabited other people when he was messing with Leland. One other person, perhaps. Maybe it was one time, maybe it was something like that. And of course, the big question is, why would he want Bob back?
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, generally, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're a certain kind of person, maybe it's good. I mean, Evil Cooper was happy that Bob's there.
Mm-hmm.
So, if he's that type of person, then, maybe Bob's, whatever you call it that he has, his spirit or his... energy is helpful.
And I will be with Bob again. You know, that line has a new meaning now that we know that Bob was literally inside of Mr. C. Yeah. So he's literally telling him, I'm going to take that bubble out of you.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. And I wonder, so I guess it also calls into question if that happened already. That the Bob bubble was removed.
Well, damn. I mean, it calls into question if the guy on the phone knew that shooting Mr. C would make the woodsman take Bob out.
That's a good point. That actually could be true.
And like that's the whole point was like, hey, if you kill him, then Bob will be free to be taken.
Yeah.
This guy has to be crazy though to know that.
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but I guess, listen, I mean, maybe he went to the zone and he found some information out. Like, maybe there's other people who can give him this information or something.
Apparently, you can get some information that leads you to that place just by, like, going to your local high school library.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
That's all you got to do. Or go to searchforthezone.com.
Or that, yeah. I guess that works.
Read some of those journal entries. Well, hey,
whenever they show up again.
You want to get into the episode?
Oh, you want to actually talk about the episode instead of just randomly spitballing about things? All right. Fair enough.
Be a thing to do. I think it's been like an hour.
I think I would recommend rewatches because things have changed so much since those early days, and like the interpretation of those early scenes just completely changes when you think about what's coming later. Even more so than when I was just like imagining those scenes, watching it was like, oh, like I don't know. So I want to go back and watch some of the other old episodes.
My plan was to rewatch the first half once we got to this point, just to rewatch the whole thing. But then I'm really obsessed about how many times I'm rewatching the episodes for some reason. I don't want to rewatch one part more than the other. I don't know why I care that much. So now I'm like, oh man, but if I rewatch the first 9 episodes, then once the season's over, I'm going to want to start from the beginning, but then I wouldn't have rewatched the second part twice. Right. And I don't want to jump back, so I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but...
Yeah.
But, let's get into the episode.
Okay.
Or the part, sorry.
Yes, please. Okay, so the first scene, we have Richard Horn going to see Miriam about her witnessing him hit the boy with the truck. She says she already told the police and also wrote a letter to the sheriff. After verifying that she sent the letter today, within the story, of course, he breaks into her trailer and seemingly kills her. I guess he attacks her. He leaves a lit candle and the gas on. Then he calls Chad and tells him to intercept the letter, threatening him. Chad sort of reluctantly agrees, I guess. And then we see inside the trailer, we see Miriam lying in a pool of blood and breathing, I guess. The gas is still on. I guess she's dead. Anyway, that's the end.
All right. What a fun first scene.
So yeah, we start out with some good old-fashioned violence.
Towards women. Yay!
We get a lot of that in this episode.
Yeah, nice innocent woman bludgeoned to death. and like not only that, but like covering up the crime, hiding it with this impending gas explosion and then like intercepting the letter. And I guess he's just gonna get away with it.
That's what it looks like. Now I'm kind of confused about there's a couple of aspects of this storyline that confused me. So I had to watch it again to kind of catch this, but she did specifically say, I already told the police and also wrote a letter.
Yeah, I think she telling the police is why Andy went out to see Farmer. That's what I'm thinking. But I feel like maybe she only told Andy. Like, it seems like, Hawk and Frank Truman are so removed from this thing because they haven't really interacted with this storyline. Yeah. So I'm curious what she means by I already told the police. But you're right. Like, I think the police should know that, hey, even if they don't get the letter, that she told them that Richard was the guy who hit the kid.
Yeah. And then when she winds up murdered, it should still throw suspicion on him, even without the letter.
Yeah, but it'll be like, oh, it was a gas leak,
That's what they're supposed to think. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Hopefully they're better detectives than that. But yeah, if they send Andy out again, it also made me wonder if she spoke to Chad, and if Andy's on the take, did Chad send Andy, knowing that,
and nothing would get done.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't think she told Chad. She told Chad only because I feel like Chad would have said something in this scene.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, that's a good theory. Otherwise, but I feel like they told Andy, and that's why Andy was leading that case.
Right.
And the last time we saw him, he wasn't a part of the major story with following Laura Palmer's diary and the stuff with Bobby.
Yeah.
That's true. One thing I wonder is when they do find out that she's dead in this explosion, if it sort of works out that way, I feel like it could also the gas just stops running and it doesn't actually blow up or something weird.
Yeah, they don't show it blowing up. So yeah, it's open that they might just find it the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even she's still alive.
Or somebody comes in just in time to stop it or something. Take her out before the explosion. I mean, she was bleeding a lot. I feel like she's dead from the wound. I feel like she's dead too.
It is interesting that she's still breathing, but then, I mean, when you have live actors, they can't not breathe, really.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's not. And depending on how necessarily mean anything.
Depending on how and it could be her last breaths. It doesn't mean she's going to continue to breathe. But I do wonder if Andy shows up here and she's dead. If we're gonna get a call back to her, to him crying at crime scenes, or some sort of either he cries because he still does that when it's sad, or if they just call back to it and he's I'm not gonna cry, or something.
Yeah. They could do that too if they want to show some kind of growth.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the writing here is weird. The fact that they specify that the first thing that's weird is the two things. The fact that she told the police and then wrote a letter.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of awkward, and it makes the cover up less clear, I guess. But then I guess if she only wrote a letter, it would be weird. But the fact that she wrote a letter at all is weird.
Yeah, the letter writing is the weird quirk for her character. I think it's really weird to write a letter for a crime like that. But I feel like it's her character trying to protect herself, and that's kind of I kind of understand that idea of I've already it's basically what Mr. C told the warden, I've got information out there for you, and if this thing doesn't happen, it's gonna get to the people you don't want it to get to. So it's kind of like that. It's kind of like this insurance policy, because we've seen that before, where if I die, then this thing gets triggered, and so it's kind of like that, except she already sent it. She already triggered it. So yeah, I think that's kind of the idea there, but it's. Well, R.I.P. Miriam, I guess. I mean,
we hardly
knew in 3 scenes. But yeah, I thought that was a weird opening. But yeah, you're right. It was strange to get this kind of 2 thing, and it'd be a mystery of who she told at the police.
Right.
Yeah, wow. And I'm curious if we're supposed to think, now that we finally have seen Richard since that murder, I wonder if we're supposed to think he did the same thing to Farmer, he borrowed Farmer's truck for this thing, and so he's a witness somehow.
I did infer that. I did think that maybe we're supposed to believe he murdered him as well.
Yeah.
And that's what he was so nervous about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I wonder, like, he leaves Miriam's door open, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the same way Farmer's door was open.
Yeah.
So, because he doesn't have the wherewithal to close doors, I
guess
like
not.
I almost feel like it's like a bad guy thing. Actually, I'm looking at the scene. He doesn't leave it open. I guess for the gas leak, that's right. He doesn't want to leave it open because the gas leak.
Although the window's broken, so.
Yeah. Well, it'll still probably work, or unless they'll be like, "Good thing that window was broken."
Yeah. I don't know how much those details matter or not. Mm-hmm. It could go either way.
Yeah, but yeah, so I inferred that too, that this was the same thing he did to Farmer. He just showed up and like, I'm gonna kill you now because you know something.
Yeah, and maybe it would be consistent with the pattern that violence against men tends to be more off-screen and not dwelt upon.
I can't handle it when it's towards men. I don't want to see that. Kill the girl again.
She's already dead, David. Kill another one then.
Yikes, we're so flippant about this. Apologize, folks. It's a serious subject. Yes. And I do wonder if, we talked about last podcast that one of the producers came out and said that Bing asked where Billy was.
Oh yeah.
Riley Lynch or whatever. And so I do still think that Farmer is Billy, and that's why he was asking about him. Because he's dead now, and so he's asking if anyone's seen him because he's dead.
Well, now I'm pretty sure that. Well, okay. Actually, I'm not sure about this. Here, what I thought was that Billy was someone in the band.
Okay.
And if Farmer isn't in the band, then I would say it's not Farmer. Now, that would be a checkable thing. I doubt he's in the band.
Why do you think Billy is someone in the band?
Because, like, I feel like he doesn't know anybody else.
So, but I feel like the fact that, like, he asked people in the diner... So I feel like that's making him a part of the world. He's not just like part of a traveling band playing through Twin Peaks, but like they actually live there.
Yeah.
So that's why I assume like it's somebody other people would know.
It could be. Yeah. That's true.
But okay.
But yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely a Bing skeptic.
You're being skeptical?
Yes, I'm being skeptical.
Pun number 1. Oh, right.
Like, I'm not convinced that is even a thing, but yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to sort of make that scene matter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Give it a little more weight. And you were right that they, I think you mentioned this, that they added in some music on top of the, what's it called?
Oh, Sleepwalk, did they?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
They mix some like atmospheric, like creepy Twin Peaks music into it.
That's what I thought. Nice.
It doesn't just end that way. So you were right about that.
Yeah, I was right about something. Yeah, and it's basically I think it was like when Riley Lynch shows up where he shouldn't be, because in the other shot he's asking where Billy is.
Right.
So yeah, it was a weird way to kind of end that thing with this double doppelganger almost situation happening. But it's like, how much could that matter? It's such a small detail.
Yeah.
That you don't really notice unless you're really looking for it.
Pretty soon here.
Yeah.
With this storyline.
That's a threat and a promise.
I don't know. Do you want to talk about it now? There's a internet controversy raging about this storyline.
Oh, no.
Because of a specific detail that comes up later.
Where the internet is so rarely raging in controversy. So
I know. It's so unlike it. Like, come on, internet.
Wow. The internet finally takes its top off. Wait, that's not the phrase I want. Let's loose is guess what I meant.
I thought you were better than that, internet.
Loosens their tie. I think, I don't know, rolls up their sleeves. There's a bunch of metaphors here we could use. There's so many at our disposal. Yeah. Interesting how that language thing works.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about this controversy.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but so later on we get a follow to this where we get Chad getting a letter.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the letter...
Oh, no. Don't look at the letter, people. Don't look at the letter.
I there's two aspects. One that I think is, like, obviously bullshit, and one that's, like, a little bit, like, what? But I'm still I'm a skeptic. Anyone who ever listened to The Lost Lowdown or any other podcast where I've been on it knows, like, my general attitude about these things is I'm very skeptical about small details like this, especially small details relating to plots, because props. I mean, because I'm so I've had so many experiences, prop errors, continuity errors, and things like this, where it's like these little details. So rarely do they come to anything that it feels to me like the best bet in all cases is to assume it's that. But anyway, so if you look at the letter, and if you look at the name,
I'm looking.
You'll see that the last name listed, it does say Miriam, but the last name listed is different from the last name given in the credits. It says Hodges, and in the credits she's credited as Miriam Sullivan. So, I think that's
so what? So what? What's your theory, internet? What's your theory?
There's theory is that he got the wrong letter. Yeah.
There's two Miriams, and
it's a coincidence.
Well, that actually is interesting.
Yeah, that's the theory. That's the theory. Like, basically that it's not the correct letter. And they fixated on various details, like, Richard says, you sent it today, and they're like, would it arrive if she sent it today? And then another thing is she says she sent it to Sheriff Truman, but it says Twin Peaks Sheriff Station. I think that's bullshit, personally. I think it's fine to use that, whatever that rhetorical device is. Like, the Sheriff Station means Sheriff Truman. I guess it's the opposite of that, but I think that's, like, whatever.
Well, because the letter itself inside could say, "Dear Sheriff Truman."
Absolutely.
And then she'd be accurate in what she meant.
Yeah, exactly. Because, it's whatever. I think there could be... The credits have been weird in certain aspects so far. I feel like maybe they didn't think them through very well in certain cases, especially with Richard Horne. And, watching this episode, it was clear to me, like, the Richard Horne storyline, like, should have been a surprise, and the credits kind of spoiled it. Because until this episode, there was zero indication from the actual story, like, outside of the credits, zero indication that this character had anything to do with the Horns.
Yeah.
And I think by the script, by the way it's written, it should have been a surprise. It should have come in this one, like, oh my God, he's a Horn? Oh my God, that's his grandma? Oh my God, what does it mean? That we should have been surprised by. We've known since day one. That was a month ago or so. Like, it's, everyone's already, like, and I feel like that's not how the story feels like it's supposed to work by the way they're actually writing it. So I don't know. I feel like the credits are kind of messing us up. And since, like, there's no indication of her last name outside of the credits, and because prop errors happen all the time, I'm very hesitant to think that it's really supposed to be the case that he got the wrong letter. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's not. It's like right in the cusp before I think it's a ridiculous idea. Because I think it's the kind of thing that could happen on Twin Peaks. There's two Miriams. You got the wrong one. You didn't specify her last name. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I do think it definitely could be a prop error. But I think, like, I don't mind if she mailed it today and it got there today. I could expect that to happen. Richard seemed to imply. He wasn't like, oh, we got a day to, we got 2 days before it'll be delivered. Like, he's like, no, it, intercepted, make sure.
Yeah.
I assume Chad is going to read the letter. I assume he's going to open it, and so we'll verify like what it says. I doubt that there's another Miriam in that stack, and he like didn't see it.
Yeah.
So it would be that it comes the next day or something, and they do end up getting it. I feel like it's interesting because we were just talking about that they don't really need it if she told them.
She's already told them.
Yeah, so they don't necessarily need it. I assume.
And she knows who he is. Like, that was something that wasn't clear to me from the earlier scene. Like, she actually recognized him. It wasn't just like...
she was like, yeah, they know each other somehow.
Yeah.
And it, maybe they went to high school together or something.
Could be, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, so they don't really need to... I assume when she told whomever... about Richard killing the kid, that they did an official police statement, and it wasn't
you would think so.
That may be a big assumption, but I would imagine that she took an official statement, not just like, oh, okay, I'll look in it, thanks for telling me, sort of word of mouth, sort of.
Yeah.
But okay, thanks internet. I mean, that's what you're there for. And to find out the details no one cares about.
Right.
I do think it's, I totally agree with you that, like, it's supposed to play like a surprise. It came off like a surprise to me because I thought that the reveal meant my crackpot theory, which was that he's actually Donna's son, because Donna is sort of a horn. And but then I'm like, it doesn't mean that. It could still be Audrey's kid
easily, and I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it ties back to that whole he's the son of sin or whatever.
I mean, Sylvia wouldn't be his grandmother if he's actually Donna's kid.
For sure. I mean, not sort of technically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I my crackpot theory would include like, Donna being like, I can't raise this kid, and giving it to sort of Ben and Sylvia to raise, sort of a thing, and Sylvia like accepts him, but like isn't technically its grandmother.
Yeah. That would definitely be the. I mean, it's very doubtful that it's Johnny's.
Yes.
So I would say if it's not Audrey's, that's the number one theory. But I feel like at this point, for various reasons, Audrey makes the most sense.
Yeah, I definitely think it's Audrey's at this point. That makes sense where they're going with the story. Yeah, he's Audrey's. He's kind of an it, I guess.
Yeah. And Evil Cooper's the dad. I'm kind of convinced of that at this point.
So, like, Dougie has Sonny Jim, and Evil Cooper has as Richard. Okay.
Yep.
Everyone gets a son on this show. Every Cooper gets a son. Except the real Cooper.
Right.
Yeah, and the credits thing, about it sort of not being a surprise. Yeah, I don't know. They made the choice to make the credits prominent by having the show continue under the credits. So it is begging you to watch the credits in a way.
Well, and I have to but what they could have done is just credited him as Richard.
I agree. Yes.
If they just did that, we would have a name to call him, but we wouldn't have to give away the reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of characters. I mean, characters have been credited with first names alone, and it's fine.
Yep.
So it's just like, it wasn't necessary, and I don't see what it added to know so far in advance of when the story actually gets there.
Yeah, maybe you'll find the character more interesting when he's first introduced, when he's Richard Horn,
and not just some random asshole.
And that'll be the mystery of who's his parents and how does it work.
Well, that's certainly what happened.
Yeah. So maybe they sided with that versus this, reveal that he's actually his grandparents. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting who they decide to give full names to, and and not, and who they decide to give real names to and not.
Yeah. I mean, Miriam could have easily just been Miriam. I'm surprised she even gets a last name to be wrong.
Yep.
You know, and I guess that would be an argument for like, well, that's why the letter's the wrong one. And like, okay, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But
And Richard sort of says, he says Miriam as if he knows Miriam, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, you would think so. But yeah, I guess, I mean, all we can do is wait and see.
That's all we can do. And go to the next scene.
All right. So you ready for the next scene?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have Carl Rod playing the guitar and singing at the new Fat Trout trailer park in front of his little manager's place.
The new Fat Trout trailer park featuring Carl Rod. Oh, man. He's got a show every day at noon, folks. Come on out. Tip your waitress.
Attendance was a little light today.
Mm-hmm.
And then as he's in the middle of singing, a coffee cup flies out of a window of one of the trailers. And we hear some angry words. And so then we go inside the trailer and we see Steven.
Well, I hope it's not more violence towards women in this trailer.
Of course it is.
Oh, jeez. I just had my fill. But David, really? 2 scenes back to back like that?
Women in trouble, Mark.
Women in trouble.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Yeah, jeez.
So inside the trailer, we see Steven yelling at Becky about her, like, money, wages, getting a raise. There's a pretty clear, she tries to resist slightly, and he kind of raises his fist, and then at the end he says, I know what you did.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that's about. But I know what domestic violence is about.
Yep. It's like this.
So, in that previous scene, I remember thinking like, well, he's a loser. He's a drug addict. Seemingly, he's kind of enabling that. But at least he's not abusive.
Yeah. And again, like with this scene, it made me think similar to kind of what they do with Naomi Watts to Janie E. Sort of revealing a completely different side of her character out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, why did I think this guy couldn't be mad or get violent?
Yeah.
Just because he wasn't in that one scene I saw him, or he's like 2 scenes, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, he can be this guy sometimes, especially if he's doing drugs,
Yeah.
Especially if he
implied that he is, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, we talked about it last time, I think, or earlier. This idea of Shelley's daughter repeating this sort of pattern of being with an abusive husband, but Leo had a ponytail, so you could see the attraction. This guy is like, there's no ponytail, there's no big rig. I mean, what does he got? He doesn't seem like he cleans a lot. Corvette, like. He's not an obsessive compulsive cleaner, apparently.
Right.
So I don't know what she sees.
He does mention something about cleaning, doesn't he?
I think he tells her she needs to clean. I think it was like classic women in the kitchen, like stay home. And I think that's what was happening there. But yeah, interesting. They throw a little mystery there in terms of exactly what she did.
Yeah, is that a thing? Is he just saying nonsense? Like I don't quite know. It was very hard for me to understand him without the closed captions.
Mm-hmm.
They were very useful because I didn't even catch that the first time I watched it. It was because, Twin Peaks is getting to the point. I mean, I hate to say this, but like whenever a woman walks on screen, I like, especially, if they don't have a clearly defined role like Janie E or something, like I'm kind of cringing, like, oh God, how long before something horrible or demeaning happens? It's just like, ugh.
Are they going to be used for their sex appeal? Are they going to be? Is it going to be violence towards them?
Yeah.
Is
exactly.
it? Yeah. There's not that many women, I feel like, that have a sense of their own like self empowerment. You know, I mean, obviously Janie E was a different kind of character where she was like bossing men around and
I mean, and I guess the nagging wife is the third thing that we get a lot of. She kind of falls into that category.
Well, she's the nagging wife but there's the other part where she's the like tough as nails bitch. Right. You know, so there's like that other trope with the nagging wife, which is related, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so it's interesting to sort of get that. But yeah, it is weird to sort of think about that idea of like, I mean, listen, men. Most of the men are portrayed in a negative way too, because most of the men are like dastardly or I mean, I don't know if it's most, but a good number of them
doing the violence
are definitely doing the violence. They're conspiring. You know, it's not like they're like moral heroes in any way either. But it is interesting, sort of the sort of consistency with how genders are portrayed.
Yeah, and it does feel like it has made me reconsider the original series, and I think I can definitely see like elements of that in the original series, but I do feel like somehow the balance is worse, which is pretty weird. I would think the 2017 Twin Peaks would be maybe a little more balanced in that regard than the series from 1991. You know, but somehow that just hasn't really materialized yet. And you know, I mean, men are definitely, even if they are not portrayed in a positive light, they are definitely driving the story. You know, and you know, the female characters haven't really had much of a chance to affect the storyline very much at this point. They're just kind of in tow to various male characters.
Yeah, and like when you use that context, it kind of makes you think there's no way Audrey is the billionaire, because the billionaire has agency and it has a plan, and the billionaire has to be a man, Mark. How else did he make $1 billion? It does feel quote unquote old school.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to kind of look at it like that and to sort of see these themes play out and kind of wonder, like, you know, do you agree with this? I mean, yeah, part of it is definitely the genre, the sort of base crime genre that the show is a part of. Right. You know, I think a lot of that is just from the material there. But yeah, it's interesting to kind of see this play out in this like palpable way. Yeah. Which I was just thinking, like, Tarantino really puts women in charge a lot.
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking. I was like, have I ever seen David Lynch do, like, you know, women who like really sort of take charge? And I was like, yeah, Tarantino does that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he has had women as main characters and who, you know, do like drive the story, but it is often they're subject to forces that you know, of course, I mean, that happens to a lot of male characters too. But yeah, I even think his old movies present a bit better balance in this regard than this new series. It's, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the kind of thing where once we see the whole thing, once I see the rest of it, it'll sort of feel a bit less skewed in this way. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where I'm kind of hoping women don't appear on screen just because of what might happen to them.
Oh, no.
Which is just like, yeah, it's like, I don't want to be watching the show that way, you know? But, you know, this episode was very pronounced in that regard.
Yeah.
You know, basically all of the stuff involving women in this episode had like very weird, unpleasant overtones. And so probably the best moment, I'm going to say, for a woman in this episode was, Lucy spying on Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In terms of like, if she actually saw something
but
or
getting nothing.
something.
I was just going to say, but getting nothing out of it.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's the thing. Assuming that goes somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Which it may not.
Yeah.
And I guess we get a log lady call at the end.
I do feel like another plot that could happen, another plot point could be a scene where the mailman comes back seconds later and he's like, "Oh, I forgot one," and it's from Marion Sullivan, and he gives it directly to Lucy. Because I do feel like, they do seem like they're setting up this sort of antagonism between Lucy and Chad with this plot. So she already is suspicious, and if like the mailman comes and gives her this letter, then she might like put two and two together that he was, looking for that one or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he never receives the mail like that, so
yeah,
I think it kind of stood out as like, what is he doing? Like, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Yeah, but I feel like she doesn't think much about it because I don't think she saw him take the letter. But if another letter shows up or another thing happens, she could go, "Oh, okay, that's why he was being weird."
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
So yeah, I mean, with as far as Steven here and Becky, I don't know. Definitely like reliving continuing in her mother's footsteps or whatever. I mean, that's clearly a thing. And I get that. So, I mean, maybe that's going somewhere. I mean, Shelley commented on Steven in the first part, or second part, I guess, way back when at the Roadhouse. It's not clear if she knows like how bad it really is.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at the scene again. It's kind of interesting. He's actually saying the things he doesn't do. Like he says he doesn't ask her why she's not making more money. She doesn't make a lot of money, and he doesn't tell her to clean the house. So I think they're drawing a contrast to Leo because that's the stuff Leo did.
Right.
Which makes me feel like he something triggered him. This isn't like a normal thing. So whatever she did, like triggered this event. Not that I'm victim blaming, but it was her fault because she wore that dress. So she was Yeah. So I wonder. Yeah, I think something happened, but it is interesting. I didn't catch that. That even though he's being like Leo, he specifically doesn't do the things Leo sort of specifically did. So it's interesting they're sort of drawing that comparison. So I'm curious what that'll come to.
I'm assuming that, Shelley will find out and there will be some kind of confrontation maybe. But yeah, I don't quite know what the point is. What could Becky have done? Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe she tried to get him a job or something, and he resents that, or maybe she talked to somebody on his behalf, or I feel like it's something with money or work or whatever his like insecurity is,
right?
Whatever sense of duty he has to contribute. I feel like maybe he feels like she overstepped in that regard.
Yeah,
something like that, because that's what we saw before was him trying to get a job,
Right.
Or maybe she got him a job. It's like, I got you a job at the Double R, and he's like, why would you fucking do that? I don't know.
Right.
But what was the other thing I was going to say about this? I was going to say, I'm very curious if Shelley does find out about this domestic abuse, what she's going to say, because I feel like Shelley should have had many talks with Becky growing up about how men should treat you. Yeah, and if she didn't, I find that very interesting. If maybe she hid her past or something, or never talked about it. Yeah. But I'm curious about that because I would expect her to not want that cycle to continue.
Yeah. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible that out of shame or something, she never mentioned it, and And so now she's seeing this pattern happen again and like thinking that she's going to have to actually confront it. So yeah, I think that would make sense.
We don't know who Shelly's dad is, right?
Shelly's dad?
I'm sorry. Becky's dad.
No, we don't.
Do we know who Shelly's dad is?
And specifically by making her married, they dodged the credit spoiler thing.
There we go. So I do wonder if I'm sure there's a crackpot theory out there that like I don't know if the timeline really works for that, but like Shelly was pregnant by Leo right before Leo, got shot by Hank.
Yeah.
And so after like Leo died, she had a baby that was Shelly or something.
Yeah. I think something like a month goes by in the original series. So I mean, of course, Leo goes into a coma in the season 1 finale when Hank shoots him. I don't think they did anything after that because basically he's in a coma and then he attacks her with an axe.
And she hates him.
And she hates him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to kill her. He actually tied her up and put her in the mill.
He did do that.
So yeah, I mean, I doubt there was a lot of sexy times happening after that. So it would have had to be right at the beginning. I think it's technically possible, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like it's most likely Bobby's.
Okay. Yeah.
But just because like that's the only other, if they don't want to do a surprise.
Yeah, Bobby's actually better because then they could have actual scenes and he can. But it calls into question some more interesting storylines. Or brings up some more interesting storylines that are possible if Bobby's her dad and which brings up other crap because he's got his own thing with his dad. So what kind of dad would Bobby be?
Right.
He can't live up to Major Briggs. But I wonder. That's interesting.
But I'm expecting that to come into place somehow. I guess that just seems like the logical choice. It's hard for me to believe that it's actually Leo's daughter, but if they wanted to go in a crazy direction, they could do that.
Yeah, it's a crackpot theory.
Like I think there's no like specific practical reason why it would be impossible. I think it would be possible. It's just because the time frame was so short in the original series, even though he was basically in a coma for the majority of it.
Yeah.
And then, with Windom Earle for a while. I was thinking about how, like, Windom Earle had to mostly do all the stuff himself and, how Evil Cooper has, like, all of these minions everywhere. But he did have Leo. But,
which was mostly just so he could do exposition,
Yeah, talk to someone. And he had him in a shock collar.
Yeah.
So it was like, he was basically forced to serve him or be tortured.
Yeah, it was his comeuppance for torturing Shelly all those
Clearly,
years.
Yeah, he had to be punished a lot for
what an which is an interesting question. We're talking about this violence towards women stuff, and it'd be interesting to look at what happens to the men who commit those crimes, and do they get their full comeuppance? Do they get away with it? Like, sort of a thing.
Yeah. I do feel like, Leland doesn't get like such an extreme punishment. And especially considering, I mean, at least with what we know on screen, like I would say what he did is worse than what Leo did. I mean, I guess it's weird to put values on those things, but I mean, we're talking about, I think a longer period of time. And because, like, I don't think Leo and Shelly had been even married for as long as he was doing what he was doing to Laura.
Yeah, I agree.
And just, I mean, not that, like, beatings are okay, but, sexual assault is on another level, especially when it's your daughter. I think compared to that, like, he gets he gets portrayed tragically, and I do get the sense that you know, that is at least partially because of the perspective of the writers. You know, I think they probably, you know, being I mean, in Lynch's case, you know, I mean, he actually has a daughter. You know, they probably identify with Leland in a certain way, and it's probably harder to not like try to find some redemption in the character.
Yeah, as opposed to Leo. But you could also say with Leo, you know, they were also husbands too, you know.
True.
So they have that perspective. But I think one difference might be that Leland's, I think his punishment seems to be having to live with the guilt, you know, because every time we've seen him after his death, except for in the doppelganger one, who's like, I didn't kill anybody, right. He seems very guilty, and he seems like he hasn't let it go. And right. and he might sort of be stuck or something, unable to move on because right. of that. And so that seems like his punishment. He didn't really get punishment in the real world. The real world. His sort of soul is being punished or something, which is, I think, it's arguably, you know, really, really bad.
Yeah, sure.
So I think that kind of worked, and there's a little bit of that where like Bob was also partially responsible or majorly responsible. Yeah. So, you know, Bob should get some of that too. And that's really, I guess, the biggest question you could ask in terms of that is, you know, especially since we're getting this Bob bubble versus Laura bubble prime sort of character conflict thing happening here. Like, is Bob going to be punished for any bad stuff he's done, or is he just a sort of force of nature that is sort of beyond like morality, and, you know, couldn't sort of, you know, be inflicted with any sort of meaningful punishment or anything, right. you know, other than maybe like banishment from Earth or like entrapment or
right.
or something like that.
He's definitely unpunished in the story so far. But when you mentioned the Leland doppelganger, it just hit me that like now that there's a little more like specific information about the doppelgangers as like distinct individuals, I guess like I didn't kill anybody sort of makes sense. If that's Leland's doppelganger, then he really didn't kill anybody. Presumably.
Yeah, I always wondered if he's saying the opposite of what's true because he's a doppelganger, or if he's just saying what is actually true because he's different and he didn't do anything. Because he wasn't the one who was out on Earth, you know, being inhabited by Bob.
Right.
So it is weird. You can take it either way. Like, do the doppelgangers are they do what's opposite?
Right.
You know. So yeah, it's very strange. But yeah, good point that like it works. There's some evidence for the second idea that he's just saying what's true because he's a different person.
Right. Right.
And they're trying to tell you that, you know, in that brief amount of time where, you know, they're trying to explain these new ideas.
It's like sort of exposition that maybe wasn't understood for 25 years.
Because he could say, like, I'm not Leland Palmer or something, and it wouldn't quite work the same idea, I think. We wouldn't know what that meant exactly. Right. I didn't kill anybody. But I would. I just didn't.
I totally would. I haven't gotten out yet.
Yeah, you know? Exactly. If I got out, oh man, I can't wait. But yeah, I'm curious if we'll see that doppelganger again. Like that's a weird, you know, cameo.
Yeah.
But it was like Invasion of the Doppelgangers, you know. It was like it was a whole bunch of them.
There's a Laura doppelganger, and there was a little man from another place doppelganger. And, luckily Bob didn't get a doppelganger, but
which I guess because he's different. He's Bob. I mean, just a Bob doppelganger should be a good guy.
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Or all doppelgangers just evil? I mean, it's, you know, it should be the opposite, right? That's the whole point, right?
That seems to be what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's the spiritual finger. Think about that, Tammy.
Oh, jeez. I really want her to go, Gordon, I've thought about that, and here's what I think. I want her to come back with like her formulation of what she thinks.
Yeah.
I've given it some time. I slept on it.
Any day, yeah.
And I still don't understand.
Here are my findings.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I can't believe Bob was in the box. I mean, Mr. C was in the box in New York.
Was he in the box?
Dude, he was in the box. I mean, you have to go look for yourself and
where
determine.
Where did you find the image? Or did you just pull it up in the...
It's, from the episode.
From the episode?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I was trying to look at it and, like, decide whether I thought he was really in the box or he was, like, standing, to the side of the box. I thought... Like, maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe he's just in the room with the box. Like,
no, I mean, it's, yeah, now I'm looking at it. God, the perspective is weird. So, first of all, there's another guy there who I assume is the billionaire, but it can't be the guy on the phone who said, I want to be with Bob again, because if that's the billionaire, then he said, I missed you in New York.
Right.
This is not him missing in New York.
This is proof false, yeah. Must be a different person.
Yeah, I would assume he's the billionaire, and then the guy on the phone is a different person. But he could be in front of the box, but he also could be in the box.
Yeah, I see. It's a weird perspective. It's kind of hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm going to assume until we're told otherwise that he's not in the box, because I think it makes more sense for him not to be in the box.
I just thought about that. It does make more sense for him not to, especially not in the box like in any recent time.
Yeah.
And it could be that this is again what we talked about before, which is like this was one of the ways he was going to sort of trap the good Cooper. He was going to like make sure Dougie was created and then like killed if he came out that way. And then he was going to, I guess build this box from the billionaire. Or is Mr. C the billionaire? And like that's why he had that palazzo in Rio, because he's
yeah. I think that's definitely a possible explanation. That's the reveal. It's weird. I don't know why he has so much money.
Yeah.
But whatever. I guess magic technology or something. Maybe he can just like make
money in his account
for himself.
Yeah. And it explained why he has such a large cadre of people. He would have a lot of money to like pay these people and stuff. So
it's definitely implied he's paying them, I think.
Yeah.
I mean that would be probably the simplest explanation, that he's the billionaire, but then there's this Philip Jeffries / whoever guy who's trying to stop him for some reason.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, I'm looking at it again. It doesn't look like he's in the box, but it's a weird shot.
And I was wondering is he trying to let Mother into the real world? Like, I wonder what the goal is for the box.
Well, I was just saying, I thought the goal was to like catch Cooper if he ever comes through Cooper, there. Right. Yeah, this is like a weird metaphysical equivalent of having the hitman outside of Dougie's place,
Right.
But it doesn't work for some reason.
It just fails. Yeah.
He kind of like, continues. But that's interesting if he was trying to catch Mother, or bring her into the real world. Yeah. Experiment, I should say.
Well, I say Mother just because I think that's his mother. But yeah, experiment.
Oh, I see what you're saying. God. Oh,
it's Bob, I guess, not necessarily the doppelganger, but yeah, to the extent that he's Bob, and I think in the picture he's still Bob, and certainly when he's like setting up this box, if that's actually So I don't know who this other guy is in the picture. That's definitely a question. Could this be just another collaborator? Could it be, the person who was watching it before? Like, I know Sam, I watched it again, and Sam mentions that there was someone watching it before who saw something, but he wouldn't say anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Could it just be that person?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know what we're supposed to think, but definitely the fact that the security guard disappears, Evil Cooper's presence, and the experiment's presence make me think that those are related.
Yeah.
That maybe he's the reason the security guard wasn't there.
In terms of what? Like he just told the guy to leave?
Yeah.
Like he calls him on the phone and is like, take a break.
Yeah, that would be the most reasonable, quick way to do it. Yeah.
So, but and you're saying specifically in order to set up the kids having sex or something?
Yeah, no, I don't know why that matters. I don't know why. Okay. Like, let Tracy in because that's what's going to bring Mother to the real world. Like, that doesn't really make any sense. But
because it's like, well, why didn't you do that sooner? Then, if that's what you wanted, why didn't you just hire two people to have sex in front of the thing the first time? Yeah.
Like pretty simple,
but it's like, I mean, Sam is already the second watcher, right? So it's kind of like, well, why did you have the first one,
right?
If that was the plan. So yeah,
it's weird.
I'm thinking
no questions there.
I'm thinking right now, Occam's razor is that, I guess maybe Occam's razor is that Mr. C created the box to catch Cooper, but unbeknownst to him, like this whole extra thing happened where something else got caught in, because like you said, the guy who watched it before said there was some things in there. So presumably like the experiment wasn't the only weird thing to sort of be in the box, but so maybe experiment has appeared in the box before, but it wasn't, it was the love making that made it like sort of attack the lovers. Because maybe Experiment just came out of a bad relationship and she just really doesn't have time to see, two people happy in love. And
I don't believe in love anymore.
It's like she's like Kathy. The comic strip Kathy, except she's scary. Every day's a bad hair day for me because I don't have any hair.
And my arms are backwards.
And Don't forget. Yeah, obviously there's the line Laura says in the Black Lodge Red Room stuff where she says, sometimes my arm's been backwards, and you wonder if that has any connection to that whole idea of why the Experiment's hands are backwards.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
Because, obviously it seems to connect to when Laura is being tied up, when she's messing around with Jock and Leo.
Right. Right. That's the connection they make in the series.
Yeah, but it's interesting to think like if they're trying to connect it to something else,
Yeah.
All right.
So, are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah, I hope there's no misogyny or old-fashioned notions of women's role in society in the next scene.
No dice.
No dice. Oh no.
Take those hopes and wait for, I don't know, next week.
Wait for the next bus. You're at the wrong bus stop if you were expecting that.
Not the right place for that. Okay, so in the next scene, we go to Rodney Mitchum. In case you didn't know his name. He's doing some paperwork involving surveillance as Candy hunts a fly, and eventually she grabs a remote control and gets the fly, but also hits Rodney in the face. And then his brother Bradley comes in, and Candy is upset. Let's say she's very upset. She's a little upset about it.
I hope she gets over it soon.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Yikes.
Next scene, I'm sure she'll be fine.
I swear, like, wasn't this a scene from I Love Lucy? Or it's such a, I mean...
This seems like a silent movie, silent comedy.
It's so, I mean, obviously, like, the, she's wearing a sort of old school dress, and he's just kind of in a suit. But there's like this '50s vibe to it, and like the decor and everything, and then like just the type of scene it is. Yeah, like it's this was on like the Honeymooners or something, you know. It's so. Yep. Oh, Alice to the moon, you know, like, sorry, Ralph, I was just trying to get the fly. Anyway, it was, and it's one of those things that you sort of see it coming, you know, obviously there's this big sort of build up to it, but it's such an interesting, you know, the idea that she gets so lost in, well, you know, just gets so lost in trying to get this fly. Like, she picks up a remote, which isn't my first thing I would want to get to like swat a fly, but I guess it was there. But yeah, I don't know, just what this says about her character, that she's got nothing better to do but track this fly down, is interesting. And you know, he's like ignoring her the whole time until she like slaps him in his face. I thought we were gonna get a shot, which would have been interesting, of like a really weird, gross close up of the wound, and like the fly is like smashed into it.
Oh yeah, that seems like something Lynch would do.
And it's like moving just a little bit.
Yeah.
Help me! It's got to talk. It's got to talk. It's got a close up.
What is it, a fly from the future?
Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Don't bring that up.
Flies can talk in the future.
Well, only if there's technology for it.
The universal translator for flies.
Uh-huh. But okay, so we get this thing with the Mitchum brothers, you know, they're like full characters now.
Yep.
And
they're all up in the story.
We have to deal with them.
Yeah, we just can't. They had that one scene earlier where they're looking at the security footage.
Mm-hmm.
And they fire and beat up the previous casino manager.
Yeah.
And that was it. And it was like, well, clearly this is going somewhere. He's going back to the casino. And it's like, well, not exactly necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Not quite.
Maybe he is, but that's not exactly where the story was going.
Yeah.
It was a little hard to predict. I would say.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing about the three women that he has around all the time, you know, we were...
Candy, Mandy, and Sandy?
Oh, no. I feel like you made that up, and it's also true.
It's so true. It's so true.
Are they triplets, or did they just look alike? I haven't really looked at them closely enough to tell if like they're supposed to be like triplets or not.
They are given last names, so I would say it's ambiguous. I wonder if that's even their real names, because it just seems weird that they're all dressed the same way, they're sort of made up the same way, and their names rhyme.
Is it like Candy, Mandy, and Sandy are parts that they're playing, and you know,
that's how it seems to me.
And they're sort of are interchangeable or something. Like, there'll be a new Candy soon if you don't like do the right thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting. But that whole idea, you know, I was watching the scene, and you know, when we first saw the three women, we were like, what are they doing? They're so weird. Yeah. Like, what's the whole...
Aloof in the
what's
background.
The whole thing about that? And so when we, you know, sort of get the picture here that, you know, that they're his girlfriends or something, or at least they're just around for his pleasure in some sense.
Yeah. They're like serving drinks and standing there for sort of a visual appeal,
like a Hugh Hefner Playboy Mansion type thing.
Exactly.
And but so anyway, it kind of taught me a lesson about how to sort of ask the right questions, because I think in the scene where they're just like, you know, leaning against the wall, and it's all really affected and stylized, and it's like no one behaves like that. Why are they here?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm like, okay, I was thinking in that scene, you know, why, you know, it's how do I phrase this? Oh, like, I was thinking, like, what would make, this is an unusual thing, right? So what would lead up to this thing being unusual? And I couldn't like figure out like, what that really would be, why would he get these three women to just be in the room with him when he's just doing this job thing, and I'm like, okay, instead of asking it, what could lead to this unusual thing being unusual? Like another question you could ask is, how could this be normal?
Right.
How could this be not unusual? And it could be not unusual if they're just with him all the time because, they're just there to like serve him and stuff.
That's what they're there to do.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Try to do that. Like, how could this be a usual thing, even though it's coming off unusual?
Right. And yeah, we're clearly made to, since that's the way they're introduced. It definitely plays like just random strangeness.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you get the picture, it's like, well, it's still like kind of strange, but it's not like the craziest thing ever.
Yeah, exactly. There's precedent for it. It's a relationship dynamic we understand,
Yeah. It doesn't seem like they work in the casino though. At least as far as I can tell, it seems like they're just like on standby.
I assume he finds those girls from the casino. They're cocktail waitresses or something, and he's like, "Oh, I'll, you want a promotion,
Yeah. Hopefully they get paid for this bullshit.
Yeah, they're probably either taken care of, or getting paid. Yeah.
Yeah, in some form.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like standing around in these dresses all the time, and it's just like, God. And they're treated probably better than a lot of the women in this episode.
Well, it's something I'm curious about is how does he really treat them, right? Like so they do the whole thing where you might expect him to be super mad that she hit him, and
especially based on the content of the rest of this episode,
right? And
like,
the first,
here we go.
Well, the first two big scenes were men being violent towards women and
like
then,
gangster types, like everything feels like a cliche to go in that direction.
Exactly. So that's why they go the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a big deal to him, but it's a huge deal to her.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious if he is just like a super nice guy. The Mitchell brothers are just like, except for possibly trying to kill Dougie, like they're just generally like really nice guys. They're not like mobsters per se or any of those kind of like tropes. They're just like nice businessmen who, and again, it goes back to that thing where they weren't the ones trying to do the insurance fraud. They had a legitimate claim, it's interesting like that idea that they're sort of playing against type in a way.
Yeah. Somehow they're the good guys in the story. Now I'm going to hold out judgment, because of the Steven thing. I'm going to hold out judgment, and like it could be that next week they're abusing the women. I feel like that's not out of the question.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, it begs the question, like, what happens in other scenarios? Because they they even play it for comedy when these guys get frustrated with the girls.
Yeah.
Like they didn't get violent. They just got exacerbated in this like comical way.
That's as far as it went.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like,
and
what if something more serious happens?
It took a long time to get them to the yelling stage too.
Yeah.
And these girls in some big sense work for these guys, and they still and they're like doing it wrong, and I love that whole thing, and it was a strange thing to do with these characters, kind of get comedy out of it.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, they really in terms of types, they really remind me of the Castiglione brothers from Mulholland Drive.
Mm-hmm.
Just that whole idea of like, powerful gangster brothers.
Yeah,
basically, that are kind of weird, but still somehow cliched.
Uh-huh.
I feel like that's how they were in Mulholland Drive. I mean, they didn't appear a whole lot, but in those scenes, the whole espresso thing.
Yeah, there's a thing about brothers, like Italian brothers,
Yeah.
Doing crimey, businessy stuff.
Yeah. it seems like it's sort of a Lynchy trope here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In multiple ways.
Yep.
So yeah, we will come back to this plot shortly. Plot such as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So you ready for the next little bit here?
Uh-huh.
So we go to Dougie finally makes it to the doctor's office.
Wow, finally got to the doctor's office.
We've been waiting. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, wow. Man, I swear it was so crazy. Like, wow, we actually did go to the... I was, like, so happy for someone to, like, run scientific medical tests on him and, like, get some info. So I don't think we got anything useful yet.
Nothing really helpful at all, but... it did happen. So yeah, Dougie's at the doctor's office. Janie pretty much fills in the details as to what happened from her perspective. Dougie takes his shirt off. That's pretty much the big moment in this storyline.
Well, let's be clear. The doctor undresses Dougie.
Well, okay.
Dougie won't. I just thought that was an interesting detail. Like, yeah, no, the doctor's just gonna have to
take it off.
I'm just gonna take this shirt off for you, which is like if your doctor did that, it would be really weird.
Yeah,
your doctor just like I'll just okay. I mean, you're not doing it, so I'll just do this for you.
And he's like reaching out for the stethoscope, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's trying to like touch it, and
he's acting like a child, and he's totally unfazed by that.
Yeah.
Like most people in this fucking world.
Because of his car accident. Come on, car accident solved all the problems with Dougie's character.
It's so weird. Anyway, he's apparently in pretty good health physically. He's bulked up. His heart, lungs sound good. He's got good blood pressure. And Janie E notices.
Does she ever? It's like, is that a 6-pack, or you're just happy to see me? Yeah, it was interesting, this idea that, like, she hadn't really noticed him before. She hadn't really seen him with his shirt off or really, like, paid attention this whole time. Which is, like, how is he getting dressed? Like,
that's what I was going to say. I feel like she must have seen it and just not paid attention or something. She was just sort of, like, going through the motions of the changing clothes and didn't really, like, look at him, I guess. Like, somehow, like... being examined like drew her attention to it, and she was like, "Oh, well, Dougie,
I've been having this in my bed all night. Really interesting." Well, kudos to Kyle MacLachlan for being in shape at his age.
Yeah, definitely. I was wondering if it was like CGI or something, but it seems like that was really him.
I don't really think they do CGI for things like that. They could though. They could if
I was
that
suspecting, because I was like, man, yeah, not bad he's like 58 or something. I mean, it's pretty pretty impressive.
Well, he's only had coffee and pie for the last 25 years, so. But yeah, it is interesting to think, like, in terms of his character, not having really eaten in the Black Lodge all that time, and what that really means, and. He was aging, yet he didn't starve or die of thirst, right. Which is an interesting, like, thing that, they'll never explain. But,
no.
But, so I don't know. I thought that, it was an interesting scene. I wouldn't have expected the doctor's visit would have led to, like, this subplot about her newfound attraction to what she thinks is her husband.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think, from a Lynch point of view, it's interesting that you do have kind of a man being objectified in this storyline. That's definitely not normal Lynch territory.
Yeah.
In kind of a disturbing way, I guess that makes it a bit more Lynchian. But, considering the fact that he clearly has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where if it was reversed, which is similar to the situation on The Leftovers with Matt and his comatose wife.
Oh yeah,
like, that situation is sort of clearly wrong, but there's this like double standard, or where like where there's no way that men don't enjoy sex, like that idea. Yep. So even if he couldn't, like,
it's always okay.
Technically consent.
There's tacit consent.
Yeah, because he's a man. It's like you already have consent. Yeah, which is a horrible like idea. Yeah. But yeah, I do think some of that's at play here. That like, of course he'd want to have sex with Naomi Watts. You know, right. like that's not. You know, she's not quite taking advantage. You know, right. She's seizing an opportunity, but like not quite taking advantage. Is like that how it like sort of comes off, which is interesting.
Definitely. But yeah, you know, not a whole lot of progress in terms of, you know, Cooper coming back. Another week passes. So Dougie continues.
One of the things I've noticed about the very, very slow plotting things that are sort of happening to Dougie over time. Sorry, went into Lynch a little bit on an accident. Is maybe the sort of point that's happening here is that Dougie / you know, Cooper sort of needs to or is going to experience sort of all these like facets of humanity and sort of being alive, you know, sex being a big one. But because, you know, we you know, food is one, you know, eating, right. He respond to
going to the
bathroom, and then like his son, you know, the sort of crying at Sonny Jim.
Oh no.
There's a couple others I think I'm forgetting. You know, the sort of the work stuff, you know, that idea of sort of you know, and sort of the connection to that like statue, the sort of law enforcement things he's picked up on, you know, the badge and that kind of stuff, sort of like your role maybe in life or something. But I feel like maybe that's sort of his road to awakening is sort of experiencing these sort of different facets of what it is to sort of be alive, and maybe he will get sort of the right combination of those that'll trigger his awakening, or, you know, there'll be a certain culmination of those types of interactions and sort of you know, that'll be what's triggering. But I feel like that's sort of the general thing that's happening that I can sort of, you know, encapsulate in terms of like, you know, how does that relate to his hopefully eventual awakening? You know, is like what's sort of the big idea here? And I feel like that's kind of what's happening is he's getting you know, this like checklist of, you know, human not interactions per se, but human encounters or events or something.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope it sort of adds up to something, and it's not just what it kind of feels like at the moment, which is like Cooper needs to be sidelined while all this other stuff gets put into place. Because, like, presumably, I mean, as late as we are in the story, we're past the halfway mark at this point. Once Cooper comes back, the plot will probably kick into a higher gear. And things will, you know, come to a head, you know, fairly quickly, like once he's like recovered himself. So, you know, to like keep Cooper in the storyline in a certain way without actually having him able to do anything. You know, that practically, like that's how it kind of feels. But I hope there's a point to it.
I think there has to be more to it, because I mean, just in terms of like writing, like if you were like, okay, structurally we need to sort of this necessitates him sort of being out of the picture in terms of he needs to be, you know, not Cooper in some sense, you know, in order for the plot to sort of work. So yeah, we need to sideline him. But I feel like once you come up with that idea, you have to come up with, okay, well, what's that going to look like? And then, and sort of like, what's the point of this? And like, what's the story we're telling with that thing? So even though there's like a sort of structural reason why he would need to be silent, I still think it necessitates a sort of character development reason, a sort of thematic reason. Like, you still would put in the work to make however you're sidelining him, work with the themes of the show and like what you're trying to say about this character, because he is going to spend clearly a significant amount of time as Dougie, and so I think like that necessitates having a plan of like, well, what are you saying about this character and his experiences, and like, why are these things happening to them, right? Because they could sideline Dougie, but not have these things happen to him. He could. Obviously, they could write anything, that could happen to Dougie. But like, the question is, why are these specific things happening to him? In the context of them sort of sidelining Cooper proper from like the main plot for now.
Yeah, I'm just hoping it's not like Nadine or something where like he just gets hit on the head with a sandbag and then he's like, I want pie and coffee, and he's all back.
But even Nadine's stuff made sense, had sort of thematic reasons why she was reliving her childhood and what that allowed for Norma and Ed, and you know what I mean? Like, so even though it was sort of just that sort of clunky hitting on the head thing, like what that allowed them to do still, had some sort of resonance, with the characters.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure like that whole time we spent with Nadine was justified in the end, and I think it could have been a bit less drawn out, and gotten to a similar place, but yeah, I mean, I hope it's true for this, but it's and
this is a much bigger thing than the Nadine thing too.
Yeah,
this is your major character.
Yeah.
Like, this is so much more of the story, so many more scenes with it. Like, I feel like it would just be tough to write this Dougie plotline if you didn't have a bigger thing you were trying to say, or some way to tie it together, or some meaning, Like, but I could be wrong, but that's just like my hunch that there will be something said about why he spent this much time as Dougie, and what he got out of living this experience, or what impact it had on, Sonny Jim and Janie E, or the people around him. This is kind of what you would expect to see, is like some reason, just like it's like Quantum Leap or something. Where like Scott Bakula jumps into the bodies of, people from the past or something. But like, there's a reason, because these people, he's going to interact with people and change their lives in some way,
Right. Well, yeah, I guess that's a question. Like, what's going to happen to them in the end? Is he just going to leave them behind and we'll just, not hear about them anymore, or have some brief follow-up as to how they continue from there? Will they die? Like,
I was just thinking, like, he turns to them and he's like, "You met me at a very strange time in my life when I was a different person."
Oh,
yeah,
God.
it would be like Fight Club. Yeah, or does he fall in love with them and they become a family at the end? Because I do feel like that's a piece of Cooper's puzzle that they could want to fill in, because he has that whole backstory with Caroline, that sort of love that didn't happen, tragic ending, and obviously with Annie sort of getting that sort of cut off before, it really got going. And so
maybe that's why Annie's not in the story, if they're going in that direction.
It could be like that's not the love, main love interest of the story at this point, or something like that.
Yeah, well, it'd be harder to write this plot with Annie in the role of Janie E.
Mm-hmm. I really want to see Annie, but yeah, I do think it's not like, oh, Annie, I'm still in love with you after 25 years of all this crazy stuff happening. Like, I do think that maybe that's a little. I feel like they could have done that, but I think at this point, it's going to be about Naomi Watts and like what happens with Janie E and Sonny Jim, and like, does he just step into the role of Dougie even though he's not Dougie, or does he tell them, some sense of what happened, like,
it's gonna be weird.
or could it even be explained by like, back to the car accident and this and maybe like he's like, yeah, before that car accident, I was Dale Cooper or something, and then the car accident, changed my mind or something weird. But now I'm Dale Cooper again. Do you still love me? And she's like, do you still have that body? And he's like, yes. And she's like, yes, then I'll marry you. So I'll marry you again or something. Yeah, I don't know. But it's interesting to think about, what's going to happen with those characters in the end. Because and like, do they move to Twin Peaks? Like, is it going to be any sort of like epilogue of, does Cooper come back and settle down? Does he go back to the FBI? It's interesting to think about like what the final word is going to be on these characters.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, you want to go back to the thing, the three women and the guys?
Oh, shall we? Yes. Let's pick up with we're back at the Mitchums. This is presumably where they live, I guess. So Mandy and Sandy are there, as well as Candy. Candy is still crying, presumably over what she did earlier with the remote control. Rodney tries to tell her he's fine, but she's not really hearing it. Then there's a news report, and we see about the arrest of Ike the Spike.
He finally stepped on his dick. Which might be the worst metaphor. Like I think like I hate it because it's so vivid.
Yeah,
it forces you to consider like what, and then you've been ruined.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, good point. I didn't think about it that much, but now I am thinking about it, and I wish I were.
I just feel like it's like one of those phrases like don't think about elephants, and you just immediately think about an elephant. So it's just one of those. It's a weird. He stepped on his dick, which is like, oh God. Then he tripped and he fell, and that's the metaphor, Like I don't know.
Yeah. So that means the Mitchums can call off their hit. Apparently, they had a hit out on old Ike. Not really explained why, but that happened. Then the report turns.
Oh, is it? Oh no, never mind. Sorry, thought I had a reason.
So then the report turns to Dougie, the attack that Ike the Spike did on Dougie. So that allows them to identify Mr. Jackpots as Dougie Jones. Turns out Mr. Jones is Mr. Jones. Whatever the fuck that means. I guess it's a reference to something. I meant to say something about that. Anyway, Candy's still upset and crying at the end of the scene.
I assume they knew his name was Mr. Jones, and they're just saying that our Mr. Jones is this Mr. Jones. That's what I assume they meant.
Okay. Oh yeah, he did tell the casino manager his name. Actually, I stand by that scene was the most lucid Dougie has been so far.
I agree. At the time, I thought it stood out because there was like one or two things he said that wasn't just a repeat of what other people have said.
He said like taxi, call for help or something, and it was like, wow, and what's your name? Dougie Jones. Like, wow.
Yeah, I do
interactions.
Think I have gotten the sense now that even though Dougie is sort of just repeating things, that he is still communicating, sort of purposefully
in a very limited way.
Yeah, he's not sort of having independent innovation with his language, but he's still sort of like he's not just like repeating because he's hearing words, but he actually is trying to like communicate.
Right. He has some understanding that that's a name and yeah, and like, where do you live? Red Door, some street, that someone told him, so he can like somehow like hold on to that, even though he can't come up with anything else to say.
Well, because no one
ask any questions.
It's like because it's like he doesn't have. Well, on the one hand, he can't say much more about where he lives because he's not the real Dougie. So he's really only saying the things other people have told him about his place, right? So it makes sense in that regard, that he's that and his brain has, a sort of idea of home, and he's just attaching the words that he's being told about home, and that's Red Door and Lancelot Court or whatever.
Yeah.
But he can't say more than that because he doesn't have that input, So it's interesting how that kind of comes off.
Yeah. So one thing that was kind of interesting about this scene is that, well, I guess this kind of continues later with Duncan Todd, but the idea that there's a connection between them and Ike the Spike, why did they want to kill Ike the Spike? What is it? Just kind of like, like it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of like, he's a local, hitman or something, and he did something that hurt them.
I think Duncan Todd maybe has sicked Ike on them before, on one of their people or something like that. So maybe that's why they know him and want him dead.
Right. So I'm wondering if that's that and the Duncan Todd follow up is like the reason why they spent time on the Ike the Spike arrest. I was kind of wondering that at the time, like are we going to get interrogations too, or is it really just this? Like that it was to have a use for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I still think it's Gordon, the FBI could see this report, or Tammy tells them, hey, this guy was on the local news in Las Vegas. Is this and they sort of get this idea of where Good Cooper could be. Right. Now that they have that Janie E ring, to Dougie and Janie E, they can put that name together.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. I guess it's almost like, a gun in the first act goes off in the third, right? It's like a newscast being filmed, it's gonna show up later,
Yeah, I guess we finally get our payoff for that weird montage he did earlier after the Ike the Spike attack, where Dougie actually appears.
Yeah.
They did specify that it was local news, which feels like potentially a delay tactic for Gordon or whoever to find out, like this isn't airing nationally, so they're gonna have to find this by some other means.
Yeah, but it could get picked up by the national news, depending on the whole thing. But yeah, I love the little detail here. It says local hero nabs him, like Dougie's a local hero now.
Right, of course. Yeah, and I guess that's I guess that's part of the point of the storyline that that I didn't really see before. That Dougie is somehow. I don't know, without really trying, like doing good in a lot of areas.
Yeah, and I again going back to like why Dougie, like why is this character here? Why is Cooper him? In a sense, and is he going to sort of positively affect everyone around him in some weird way? But yeah, it's interesting. I don't think he's going to be doing any more crime stopping per se, but. I guess if the Mitchells send somebody after him, Mitchums, then maybe he could do some more of that. It was interesting, Janie E's description, which I guess we saw before, but that whole just in terms of how she described the situation, but yeah, and then Candy's still crying.
Yeah. She's really upset about hitting Rodney in the face. Like way beyond any sort of reasonable response, seemingly.
Yeah, how can you ever love me?
Like, how can you ever love me? Like, come on. Like, it's weird. I mean, it does seem like it hints at some like severe, I don't know what, devotion or something.
Or she's got some trauma in her past. Where, violence means no love or something.
Well, and I guess like, coming off of that, maybe if they're actually not abusive, then that's why she has this like ridiculous level of
And it's
emotional attachment.
It's sort of this inverse situation between the other men who are abusing women, where it's like, here's a woman, with a very small bit of violence towards a man, and like what her reaction is,
right?
Versus like what the men's reaction is, which is like, I'm gonna beat you and you're still gonna love me,
right?
Right. Those are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Okay, so you ready for the next thing here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we go back to the Joneses. Janie E is ready for action.
She's jonesing herself.
Woo! Yeah, she's lounging in that chair, very seductively. Dougie's eating some chocolate cake.
Mm-hmm. Chocolate is an aphrodisiac.
Hey, there you go. So then we cut to a sex scene. Dougie lies there fairly passively. He's flapping his arms. I mean, I guess his arms are just bouncing as they're just kind of lying there.
Yeah.
Janie E's yelling, wakes up Sonny Jim. That's a great detail.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, Janie E cuddles with Dougie and says she loves him, and he repeats what she says because that's what he does.
He does do that. And it's he is showing some emotion, like he seems happy afterwards.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. But so again, like that's why I'm wondering if these moments of like human expression and sort of life and vitality and experiences are sort of making their mark on him. But anyway, it's interesting. I do wonder if this will precipitate a change for Janie E's character. Maybe she'll be less the nagging wife,
right.
Now that she isn't sort of completely, like, he's not completely useless,
Right,
and
right.
It'd be interesting. And, don't forget, like, he's, in terms of what she thinks is he's been cheating on her for a while.
Yeah.
So she
hasn't. He was with a prostitute.
Yeah, she hasn't like been nagging at him about that. She seems to have like sort of forgotten that or like gotten over it or something.
Yeah, definitely. And the gambling and stuff. I mean, it's clear that like he's, unless someone just like, pushes him into it, like he's not going to be doing any of those things, because he just kind of goes where he's taken.
Yeah.
These days. Weird subplot, but it definitely takes the story in a different direction and is kind of a shift in the status quo for that storyline. So, I mean, I guess that's good.
Yeah, so we do this thing that they've done a few times where they sort of, after the scene where they're culling in bed, is they do the fade to black and then we cut to the woods, the ominous music and stuff. I would love to see all the scenes where they do this and see if there's any commonality in what's, sort of what they're setting up or what they just showed, or is it after Cooper scenes? Is it, because I feel like there's something with that. Is it just a transition? Is there no pattern? And it's just an interesting transition that they're doing,
Yeah. I haven't paid attention enough to when those moments come to
exactly, yeah,
like see a pattern there. Because it's like it does seem like an editing thing if they need like a little cushion between various moments. If it doesn't make sense to cut like completely, but to have a little moment of whatever silence and atmosphere.
And like if they're done with the storyline and then they want a cushion, then they can just fade to black on that scene and then do this whole transition to the next part. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. We do get a little bit more of them here after this little interlude.
Oh, do we?
Just a bit, just a tiny bit.
All right.
So you ready for the next thing here?
Mm-hmm. Not really.
I'm just gonna sum it up by saying Dr. Jacoby's at it again.
Yep.
Nadine listens. And we learned that Nadine has a little store called Run Silent, Run Drapes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get... this is such a weird plot line. It's tough to think about which plot line is weirder, but obviously there's some contenders, but this is weird in its own right. This whole thing that he's doing, this sort of... anti-government, libertarian, radio show thing. It's very strange because he's doing the thing that a lot of those sort of charlatans do, which is sort of rant about what the truth is, what reality is, and how and who's trying to control you. And that they have the truth, and also they can sell you that truth, and it's such an interesting thing that and that's what really sort of makes them a phony, is like there's this like monetary gain happening here, and the fact that he's like, this is a business, he's selling shovels, and you question which came first. Is this just is this a facade? He's just putting on a character. Because, that's what they say about Alex Jones. Obviously Glenn Beck has had a whole 180 on his whole persona. He spent all those years being this kind of guy. Yeah. And then he like completely changed and almost recanted some of the stuff he's done. So I do wonder like how much of this is legitimate. It does. I mean, it comes off to me like it's legitimate, and he just has some, but I do wonder if it is sort of a con and it's just a way to sell shovels, and he's like playing, and that's why it's his character, right? That's why he's not Dr. like Dr. Yeah, that's why he's not Dr. Jacoby. He's Dr. Amp because he's like amped up playing this character.
Yeah, well, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
Whether he's sincere or not, it does seem kind of ambiguous. We haven't had a single, I mean, we saw him getting the shovels and we saw him painting the shovels, but we really haven't had any real scenes with him outside of the show where he's talking. So
yeah,
I really have no sense of where he stands as a person outside of the show. And I guess this, we're about to get like another Jerry Horn moment, and that and this like sort of remind me of each other, in that it feels like for some of these Twin Peaks characters, like they basically have like one episode worth of stuff to do that's stretched out over 18 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're not really moving beyond this one concept.
Because I think this scene coming up with Jerry is like the fourth scene with Jerry so far.
Yeah.
Fourth or fifth, So yeah, it's really not a lot of screen time.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's more than some characters, but it could have been. There's just not a variety of things going on. Like it's all on the same general track, and so it's just like they had one idea for the character, and they're kind of just sprinkling it throughout the season. As opposed to the Evil Cooper, the Dougie, the larger plot, the FBI stuff or whatever, where it's really going through like several stages.
Yeah.
And like progressing like a real plot. I think I mean we'll have to see like where it ends up for me to like make a final judgment, but I think that is something about I don't like the older characters to feel so superfluous.
It's kind of like better this than nothing, or better something than nothing for them.
Right.
We do get to see them. We get to see what they're up to. But it isn't like they have really a lot to do tied into the main plot. It was cool to see, Nadine sort of accomplishing her dream and selling her silent drape runners.
Staying with that concept, sure.
Yeah, that's a great, like, what did she do all those years later? And it's a weird that she's has a tie-in with Dr. Amp where his shovel is at her store, so
right.
Which is a weird thing, but she's like so enamored with him. And I do wonder, is she like in love with him now? Has she been like pining for him for a while? Is it just the Dr. Amp persona that she likes, or is it Jacoby? Yeah, it's interesting. Run silent, run drapes.
Because like everybody's complaining about drapes is like they're just too loud when
that's why I don't have any drapes. I can't
like all
stand
that noise.
The loudness. Yeah.
I mean, that's her thing in the pilot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really didn't take long to get to that concept, and like really, it's the high school thing was she makes this suicide attempt because her idea is rejected.
Yeah.
It's sort of like there's an interlude where she Dougie's out for a whole season, and then she just got back to her original goal, and seemingly made it work, at least to some extent.
Yeah, because when she was a high school kid, she didn't care about drapes.
Yeah.
She only cared about Mike.
She didn't say a word about drapes. Oh yeah, it was all about Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Yeah, now that I think about it, that element of the storyline is kind of similar to the Dougie thing too.
Yeah.
Like it's I mean, she had more free will in the storyline. But in terms of like going in this weird direction that somehow is portrayed positively for both parties.
There is a sense that Mike was taking advantage of her because she wasn't technically in her right mind, but yet she was sort of cognizant of what she was doing.
Yeah.
But she was in the middle of like a mental illness issue.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is that sort of strange undertone there about the morality of the situation and everyone just kind of went along with it.
Yeah.
Because it was that double standard, right? If like, I'm trying to think of a younger woman character on the show, Donna or somebody Mike's age. If Donna, had lost her mind and then like it was an older guy that she had an attraction to, it'd be a completely different thing.
Yeah.
But the fact that it goes back to that sort of, male fantasy of a older woman, sort of being available sexually and every guy's dream, like in high school.
There's that scene with Mike and Bobby where Bobby's like, "What are you doing with that old lady? Like, what's your?" And he's like, "Well, let me tell you."
Yeah. She's so experienced, and like that whole thing. Yeah.
And like he whispers something in his ear off screen, and he's like, "Whoa!" It's all played for comedy, But yeah, it's totally it's from a similar perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. I guess things got out of hand.
Sorry, guys. I guess I let things get out of hand.
Yeah. I wonder if Janie is going to be saying that at the end of this.
Yikes. Yeah, we got Nadine drink. What is she's drinking a shake or like
smoothie?
A protein drink or a smoothie. Yeah. Like I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either. It's a weird one. I mean, she gets one brief line. It's still not a whole lot. It still feels like basically a continuation. I mean, timeline-wise, it's just weird. It feels like this is the same moment as before, just like a little more of it. But on the other hand, like it seems like time should have passed.
This feels like every night he does the show or something. This is like her ritual.
Yeah, I guess so. after closing or something like that. So yeah, like I do agree. I mean, I guess like if they didn't have the characters at all, it would be disappointing in a different way. And I guess I also understand why they're not really involved in the plot. I mean, if you look at the original series, there's a lot of characters who don't get a lot of involvement in the plot.
Oh yeah. Most characters, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they'll intersect with it at various moments, but yeah, most of their stuff is just kind of stuff with them. But that I guess they're getting so little attention that, like I said, it's like each one of them, like you could take each of the maybe not each of them, but a lot of the original Twin Peaks characters, and you could just cut their storylines into 1 hour, maybe.
Someone will do that.
Yeah.
And you just title it like that character, and it's just all their stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would just be like one episode of the old show.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what they're doing now, but it just seems like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the necessities of taking the story big kind of means that the Twin Peaks original stuff just isn't very prominent.
Yeah.
And even if they go back there, which I expect them to at some point, I mean, since we're on part 10, like it's just a fact that it's less prominent in the story. There's no way around that at this point, no matter how much they focus on it for the rest of the series.
You're saying that Twin Peaks isn't prominent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Twin Peaks and the old Twin Peaks characters.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing has been the sheriff's department, the Hawk investigation, and then like leading to, Betty Briggs, the major stuff, the stuff with Bobby. I mean, that whole thread like has been the most significant. I think number 2 after that is Ben Horne and Beverly.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, original characters because like, we have had like Richard Horne and stuff, but, I think that doesn't really count since he wasn't in the original series.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's like technically in Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because like Ben has had like a few scenes that are at least somewhat about different things.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, yeah, like Nadine and Jerry Horne and stuff, like, pretty much all of their scenes have been on one track.
Yeah.
And Dr. Jacoby. Norma.
Mm-hmm. We haven't seen Big Ed yet.
Haven't seen Big Ed yet.
I mean, I assume he's still got the gas farm. Or maybe he's managing a vape shop now. I'm trying to think, how could you update it? Like, I don't know. He's got 2 stores now. Something's got to be different after 25 years.
Some kind of progression, yeah. We saw James, but briefly.
Mm-hmm.
So presumably we'll get more of James, but then again, we'll
I was just thinking, James had that motorcycle accident and Dougie had that car accident. I wonder if they hit each other.
Oh God, that's a crackpot theory.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
That would be totally crazy. Actually, that doesn't even seem unlikely to me. I would say it is a crackpot theory, but if they want to make it a point of what the accident was, if it's not just sort of fairly empty exposition, I think that would be a logical course to take because he rode his bike like all around the country. And he easily could have been there.
Yeah.
Here to Las Vegas to have a car accident. So that actually seems like a good theory to me.
Yeah. I mean, and part of me thinks it doesn't work because I think that the car accident wasn't a real thing so much. It's a cover up for his manufacturing,
right? And
his explanation of why he doesn't have any sort of memories before then, presumably, or his current issues,
right?
Which begs the question why. If Dougie was sort of always like this, sort of glitchy or something, or he had these spells that's similar to what Cooper is experiencing now as Dougie, is that just a problem in the manufacturing, process? Like, Was that expected? Is that as good as you can get? Because you can't sort of really fabricate 100% sort of real person, that's as good as anyone else. You can only get this kind of sort of android like automaton person who passes for most people.
Right.
But other than that, yeah, if there was really a car accident, it would be interesting if James was, and he's like, I thought I saw Cooper there, but
yeah. Oh God.
It's like, no,
yeah,
James.
That's gonna be weird. It's
no,
gonna
James.
be weird. The delay with James makes me think that whatever he does will be more significant, or at least like play a role in the plot, which makes that seem like a possibility.
And Shelley did say James is just quiet now, which also is similar to the Dougie sort of character. Mm-hmm. So I it's interesting if they both had car accidents and this is what happens when you have a car accident. You just get a little quiet.
Just quiet.
But you're still cool though. You'll always be cool because legends never die.
Oh God. Oh man, that is such a weird moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
That's yeah.
There's like a statue of James in the town square, with his thumbs up or something.
Of course,
it's just too cool.
That reminds me, Shelley also has some connection with Red that is as yet unexplored. So we'll have to get to that at some point.
Why do you say that? I forget.
Well, because in that very same scene, there's a little moment where he finger guns her.
Yes. I forgot about that. He either knows her or there's some sort of connection there. Yeah.
There's something that presumably they'll pick up on. I don't know. Is it 10 hours later at this point?
It's pretty amazing, yeah. And he came off so differently. He was normal in that scene.
So
and
he seems so Richard. Normal. I watched it again and I was like, God, I can't believe you can make coins float in the air and appear in people's mouths. And, oh my God. I was so not expecting what he ended up being based on that little moment. He seemed sort of like, a fairly generic character.
Yeah. Like a normal character who would just be at a bar, yeah.
Exactly. Just some new guy played by Val Zarchetti, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he would be a drug dealer. I didn't think he would be supernatural, seemingly.
Mm-hmm. Magician.
That's So yeah, I feel like that connection has to come up at some point. Sarah Palmer, we got that one moment where she's watching TV and nothing after that. So, I assume she'll come up again and, that'll probably be more significant. Especially because, the Laura thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which comes up again in this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Sarah Palmer is I had a vision that you would show up here about Laura, maybe she has a clue or something, or she could give them some more information. But I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if she gets involved with that and she's got some sort of clue and and especially if she's tied to the the girl from the 50s era, if that's supposed to be her or something, then they could come circle back to that.
Right.
She was watching that nature show and the thing that crawled in her mouth was technically nature.
That's true. I the other day when I was thinking about Twin Peaks, I had this weird crackpot theory that maybe it was Linda. Or maybe it's connected to Linda somehow.
Mm.
If Richard is actually Evil Cooper's son, then in a way he's Bob's son.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make a connection between Richard and Linda, whoever Linda is, because this would be also something emanating from Mother and then interacting with a human in some way.
So I'm a little confused. So what do you mean? What's the connection between Richard and Linda?
I guess that they, it's that mother is their grandmother.
Oh, but they're from different time periods. But
they would be for I mean, if that's actually Linda, then they would be from different time periods. I guess like another way it could go is that like that leads to Linda. That's Linda's mother or something. If they wanted to go that way, or maybe like well, I don't know, but I was just thinking like maybe like because Linda, there was a casual mention of a Linda in the trailer park. But she hasn't played any role in the story so far, and so I was just thinking like what characters are sort of candidates to have something to do with Linda at this point. And just because she's an anonymous character, and Linda is seemingly significant from the coming from the giant, like seemingly significant for the larger plot. And I mean that's another reason why I feel like Richard is likely to be Evil Cooper's son. Just because if he's really mentioned by the giant in the first scene, that makes it seem like he should be significant to him for some reason.
Well, yeah, what if Linda is the girl grown up, and so she's just, an older woman now?
Yeah.
And that's the character.
I think that's definitely possible, and she's just living in that trailer park. I don't think that's out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be a different theory from that it's Sarah Palmer. Like, I don't necessarily think that egg was Laura, so I don't think it has to be Sarah Palmer.
Yeah, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense that is the egg going to just incubate in her for a while before she gets pregnant with Laura? Like, it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
And, there was that in, I guess it's in Fire Walk with Me, where they're at the trailer park, and that old woman comes in, played by David Lynch. That whole,
yes.
like...
Yes.
He just comes in and looks and then walks away.
I remember that.
I'm like, maybe that's Linda. And she moved, when the trailer park moved, she moved
moved with it. And, that's actually an interesting theory.
Like David Lynch is going to reprise that role.
Oh my God, that was Linda right there.
Yeah, there's Linda.
Go away, Linda.
Yeah, she's still going to have her face covered up, like he had.
Right. Oh yeah. Actually, kind of like ice pack on or something.
Was he credited as a character with that? Do you know?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But yeah, I wonder if that got credited or not. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
It's me, Linda.
Hey, look, everyone. I'm Linda. Guess who's Linda? Me. Yeah, it looks like only Gordon Cole is credited for David Lynch here. Okay. Yeah, probably that. Unless it was like a weird... They just did a weird misdirecting casting or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So, yeah. You ready for the next thing here?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, before we move on, I was just looking at IMDb, and it looks like that old woman was not David Lynch in drag. It's credited as Ingrid Brucato.
Oh, okay.
Which she looks strangely like David Lynch. More than a woman should, I think. Yeah, I always thought that was like David Lynch doing a weird cameo part.
Maybe they're long lost twins.
That's what I'll choose to believe. Is they're long lost twins. Fate brought them together for this movie, and
exactly.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
It was the part I was born to play, and you're gonna play it, Ingrid.
Because I'm perfect for it. That means you should play it. Anyway, I thought that was weird. Okay.
It is weird.
Okay, so anyway, still could be Linda, perhaps, if Linda's still alive after all those years.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's really no context for that scene within Fire Walk with Me itself, as to like who that is and what's going on there. And I wonder if Carl's ever going to comment on the move from Deer Meadow.
That would be cool. I speaking of this scene with this curious woman who shows up with the ice pack on her face or whatever, like, he has that line about I've already been places. Like she induces this trance or something, and he makes these comments, and so I want some more of that, and that would tie together presumably with the fact that he saw the spirit or whatever of the boy who got killed
floating up. Yeah.
So I want some more of like, what does that mean? You already went places. Like, where'd you go? Like, did he find the zone? Like, what does that mean? Yeah.
He better not have met the Major too.
He met the Major.
Major met everybody.
He's a very gregarious guy.
Yeah. They're very gregarious. Woo. Tough one.
I
want to say gregarious.
That's wrong.
I know.
Very gregarious.
Think about that, Tammy. All right. So, you ready to move on here?
Please.
All right. So we go back to Dougie and Sonny Jim and Janie E. Sorry, Dougie and Janie E. But also Sonny Jim. He's a bit of a subordinate role here. Anyway, they're gonna go, and when I say they, I mean Janie E. because she's clearly doing all the stuff here. But she's gonna take Sonny Jim to school and Dougie to work, and they have this little moment where she says she loves Dougie because she loves him now because he, because he's hot.
Yep.
Basically, because it can't be the conversation.
No, it's not that at all.
So
and I guess he's still wearing this one suit he has every day. I guess they're dry cleaning it very often.
Maybe he's got a closet of them. I don't know what we're supposed to think.
Well, these are not the suits that Dougie would have because they wouldn't fit the same way, right? Like, so unless
you're right.
She
Cooper
went out
out wearing that suit, right?
Yeah,
so it's just that same.
That's what I mean. That's what I meant. Like, is he just wearing the same, or did she like? You'd look so good in these suits. I'll go buy you a couple more or something. Like,
yeah, he wore the big like lime green thing that one day. But yeah, since then he's been dressing like Cooper, and yeah, maybe we're supposed to. I don't know. That's a good theory, though. Hey, these. Yeah, I'll just go buy more of these. Oh, they stopped making them 20 years ago.
Yeah, they stopped making black suits 20 years ago.
I meant the specific one, but yeah, okay. Fair enough. I suppose you could still find a black suit.
That's the thing about suits is there's always more.
Timeless elegance.
I've always thought the suit is an interesting piece of clothing. It's an interesting thing. And yeah, the sort of versatility and the timelessness, and it's like we've decided that's what a professional that's what it looks like. That's what the clothes look like if you're a certain kind of state or class or something.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
It is. Yeah, specific uniform.
And we'll tie this piece of cloth around your neck, and we'll call that cloth a tie. We'll call it what it did.
Because you tie it.
Tie it, so we'll call it a tie.
Exactly. So, not a whole lot of new stuff in the scene. It's kind of just a little...
a little follow-up from,
Dougie's going to work. I mean, I assume we'll follow up with that. He's got to, meet with Bushnell, and we'll get some follow-up with Anthony, and, all that stuff will kick into gear, presumably.
Yeah, so in terms of Dougie waking up, my whole sort of overall theory here about these sort of human moments sort of contributing to Cooper waking up, he did seem to understand in this scene when she says, okay, time to go to work. And he sort of walks to the car on his own, and he's sort of smiling. Mm-hmm. So it seems like, it's a baby step from where he was before. but she didn't have to drag him to the car. It doesn't seem like she has to sort of put him in the seat and close the door. Right. You know, so it seems like he is sort of coming out of it a little bit. Either he's coming out of it or he's learning, you know, like he maybe is sort of, you know, stagnating, but in terms of progressing, but he sort of can learn and apply these like things. Like he sort of understands what that means. Yeah. Anyway.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. It's a good point. Of course, it would get tedious, so I'm glad that's happening.
Yes.
Like every single step, it's like somebody's got to like park him everywhere at every moment. Like, oh my god. We get it. Dougie doesn't understand the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do wonder that whole idea about Dougie having these spells. And I think I said that before too. If that's supposed to relate at all to why Cooper can't wake up, is like somehow because this manufactured being had this glitch that now Cooper is affected by that glitch because he sort of traded places with him or something like that, and so that like, you know, Dougie was either entering a spell or was in one of these spells when Cooper's traded places with him. And so at whatever point in time Dougie would sort of normally come out of the spell, that's when Cooper will wake up, you know.
Right.
I wonder if that's supposed to be the thing, you know, that's limiting him. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's I think it's only been like a few days at this point. So that seems possible.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Time passes. The stars align. Cooper awakens.
Something for the log lady to say later. All right. So you ready for the next thing here?
Ready.
All right. So we go to Jerry Horn. He's in the woods. His cell phone doesn't work. And he says, "You can't fool me. I've been here before."
Ah!
The end.
Okay, Jerry, thanks. Thanks, Jerry.
I do think that since Jerry Horn is out in the woods, I think there's a chance that, you know, something plot related will happen at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm not convinced that anything that's happened so far is.
Well,
you know, he might stumble into something.
He's getting no service, so that means something. I don't know.
Yeah, he was watching Dr. Amp on his like tablet before, and presumably that would involve some kind of signal.
He could have downloaded it, but I guess it was supposed to be. It seemed like it was broadcast live, though.
Definitely seemed like it was live. Yeah.
But it could be that he's further in the woods now or something, and further away. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's Glastonbury Grove in the woods. There's presumably Jackrabbit's Palace is in the woods or something, and then we've got the zone location or whatever might be. I guess that's supposed to be not in Twin Peaks.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple ideas of plot, you know, sort of big plot places he could go, or maybe he'll run into the Hawk and Sheriff Truman and Bobby out there doing something, and you know, and get involved with that plot line or something, or maybe he's whatever he ate or whatever he's tripping on, it will be important. You know. Yeah, I don't know. But we did get that. It seemed important. I mean, to put this like 30-second scene in here. And who is he talking to?
No idea. His foot?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
And it's like, and he says that after not getting a signal, and I just like, I don't even know how that works. Why would you say that? Like, oh, I can't get a signal. You can't fool me. I've been here before. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what to make of this right now. It's strange.
I'll just say, and that this got to be no way this is true, but, you know, Mr. C can control technology. He's blocking Jerry's signal.
I was just going to say, in terms of the earlier part of the story, that Diane thing, you know, she checked her phone and there was no signal. So that seems like sort of a connection. And I guess, I mean, that would be the crazy theory.
Specifically, her message said blocked. Right? It wasn't that. I mean,
it didn't say no signal.
I don't think it said no signal. Yeah, but you know, besides the specific language, I take your point.
Yeah. I don't really think that's a connection, but it's, you know, possibly worth mentioning. You never know.
So maybe like Mr. C was Jerry's weed business partner or something, like in his business.
And that's why the weed is so...
He was getting that Rio de Janeiro weed or whatever in his Palazzo in Argentina. What was it, Argentina? Or was it
Rio?
Brazil. Okay, yeah.
Brazil, yeah.
And Rio, Argentina. That sounds right. And I
assume that's the Rio they mean.
Yeah.
There's probably one or two Rios around, but
it's probably. I think it means river, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And
there's one or two rivers.
There's one or two rivers on Earth. I that's a true statement. And so anyway, that's a crazy crackpot theory. So maybe they went into business together.
Man, that is gonna be a crazy ass reveal. That's why I gave you the good weed, Jerry.
Exactly. You weren't supposed to smoke the product, Jerry. Come on. That's our profits here.
You know I need my profits.
Exactly. How else do you think I became a billionaire? By not smoking my products. Yeah. God, that begs the question, what would Mr. C be like on weed? That would be crazy if he got high. Oh, man.
Yikes.
Because he seems like the kind of person who would do drugs.
Well, he did have cocaine, didn't he?
Oh, that's right. He did have some cocaine. But I want to, see him on it.
And it's not clear that he has the time to be a deal. Like, it's weird to me that he had cocaine. I don't understand that.
Yeah. Because he seems like he seems measured in a weird way. Even when he's violent, he's got this restrained demeanor, which isn't really a cocaine type thing.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if we're supposed to think he's doing cocaine from time to time or not.
Right. You would think they would show that if we're supposed to think that.
Yeah, because I could see him partying with Chantal or something.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. But when he's doing stuff, it doesn't seem like he's doing drugs.
When he's working, he's sober. Yeah.
He's got a lot of plans. Yeah.
He's got a lot of plans.
As far as I can tell, with the possible exception of anything that fake Philip Jeffries is doing, it seems to me like all of the plans go back to Evil Cooper at this point. I don't know any larger plans that don't tie to Evil Cooper in some way.
I think that's right.
So, that's a lot because there's a lot of stuff going on. And I think the box thing was the last thing to really tie him to. Even though it was implied by I Missed You in New York, they made it 100% clear here.
Yeah. That he's definitely affiliated with the box.
He's involved with that. Even if he's not the billionaire, he's clearly got something to do with it. But, him being the billionaire is the simplest explanation since, like you said, although I guess, I guess there is, I I don't know. The simplest explanation seems like he's the billionaire.
Yeah, or the guy in the picture is the billionaire, and he sort of coerced the guy into doing this or something. He blackmailed him the same way that the warden was blackmailed, and he's like, I need you to put your resources into building this thing, and don't ask me why. And it could be something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. C.
All right, so you ready for the next thing here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we go back to the Twin Peaks Sheriff Station. Chad is talking to Lucy. The mailman shows up, and Chad goes to intercept the mail. Lucy watches from inside. Chad puts the letter, or shall we say a letter, as we discussed earlier, from a Miriam, inside his shirt, and then brings the mail inside. And then Richard gets a message that says done, which is presumably Chad. I'll just add that because it seems connected.
Yeah, well, don't forget the donuts that he loves.
Oh, yeah, there's donuts. I mean, he's trying to be friendly, I guess, to distract her. Mm-hmm. In a way that seems transparent to me.
Yeah, this is the this is like the friendliest he's ever been to her.
Yeah, and it just seems like dripping with sarcasm.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe Lucy's not picking up on it, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, Chad's horrible. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to subtlety.
Right.
But, yeah, and I found it interesting how he intercepted, like, he sort of slid the letter into his shirt, which I was like, what is he going to do to, like, take the letter? Like, what's he... And it's like, oh, he's just going to do that. Okay, that's pretty good move, Chad. Pretty good move.
It is. Thinking on his feet there. You know, because I gotta hide it, but so I can't just, like, you know, have it in my hands.
Yeah. I mean, I assume he pre-planned that, but... Yeah, but I mean, he came up with it, of how to hide it without sort of being obvious that he's got walking around with the letter and...
Yeah, it's like convenient that he's got like a button-up shirt, you know, that he can kind of just slide, that the letter fits, you know, it's a good size for that.
Yeah.
Luckily, Miriam didn't send like a giant envelope, legal paper or something.
11 by 17, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this is seemingly functional, and again, like it's definitely going to be weird if like it's the wrong letter. But we'll see.
And what does that letter say?
And what does the letter say? Yeah, the wrong letter.
If it's the wrong letter, like...
Yeah.
Dear Sheriff Truman, missed you at the potluck. Your wife's recipe for chili is excellent. My condolences on the loss of your child. The end. All right, yeah, he gets a message that says done, and it's done. He's in a car now. I wonder, this is his car. Why did he have that truck to begin with if he has a car? It wasn't his truck.
Yeah, he's like borrowing a truck like he knew he was going to like do something and have to like...
Yeah.
You know, cover it up. Because it seems to me like this is his car, but maybe this isn't his car either. Maybe he's just like... taking cars from random people and like you know, to throw suspicion off of him or to not allow people to find him as easily.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you ready to pick up with old Richard? We go to Johnny Horn sitting in a chair, tied to it, I guess. And there's a bear thing asking him how he is today over and over again. And that won't stop for the rest of this scene. Then Richard drives up, says hi to Grandma, who's Sylvia, who's clearly upset that he's there, but maybe not upset enough. Richard wants money. She tries to refuse, so he threatens her and Johnny in pretty harsh terms. She eventually gives him the combination to the safe, and so he takes money, and then he takes some jewelry as well, and he leaves, calling her the C word for good measure, because that's what you do with grandma. Jesus, Richard.
Yeah, another violence towards women scene. Yep. Yeah, it's interesting.
And if I caught this right, I think he threatens to rape Johnny.
What is he? I kind of feel like you're
right.
He
says, "I'll cornhole that piece of shit." I think that's what that means.
Yeah, he didn't he? Yeah, I guess that's what he meant. I guess that's what he meant. I'm trying to think, like...
That's his uncle! Like, come on, really?
I'm trying to get to the part in the scene. I'm curious, like, what I originally thought he sort of meant by that. But I do think that's the idea. Yeah, I guess that's part of his threats here.
Richard is such a complete, like, one-dimensional, horrible person.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy how, because Evil Cooper is horrible, but he just seems to have more more dimensions to his character.
Yeah, and it's one of those things similar to Man in Black and Lost being called Evil Incarnate. I don't like calling Mr. C Evil Cooper because even though he's a doppelganger and he's sort of the bad Cooper, like, evil is such a huge term. Bob, I think, is evil. Mr. Cooper Mr. Z has been like a bad guy. He kills people. But, like, what's the worst thing he's done is just, like, kill people, right?
Yeah, possibly rape a comatose Audrey. At least that we've heard about.
Rape and murder. I just feel like evil is like, should be reserved for the worst of the worst, not like the sort of average worst of humanity, kind of a thing. But yeah, I mean, I definitely take your point. Like, what Richard is a sort of... Richard's almost worse in a way because it's kind of like you're saying. It's like the bulk of his personality.
Evil Cooper has actions. Other elements.
Yeah, he can be in a scene and not be murdering or hurting people. Richard's
kind of he unless he feels that the other person is more powerful or whatever, like in the scene with Red. It seems like he's and he threatens Chad too. It was weird how, like, reluctant Chad was. Like, yeah, I'll try, whatever. Yeah. Like, he's, even with his criminal co-conspirators, like, he's a dick.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Richard just seems like... It just seems like all these characters, like Miriam and Sylvia, if they know who he is, like... I don't know. Like, I feel like they should be more afraid, like, in terms of letting him in or leading him on or, sort of giving him opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, like, Miriam could have been a little less forthcoming about what she had done. For example,
it seems like she didn't know what she was dealing with, or that she thought, she'd be protected by his own sort of sense of self-preservation, and she didn't think that he had any way to sort of around her gambit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just on Urban Dictionary making sure that cornhole is what we think it means. Just, there's no alternative explanations for that word.
Okay.
So I guess that's what he was threatening, to sort of rape his uncle. Which is like a new level. I didn't catch
that the first time. When I watched it, did he really just say that?
I think the first time I thought he meant, like, I'll shove something in his mouth, like I'll shut him up or something. I don't know,
right?
Something like that. But I think that's what he's saying, like, which is like it's a weird threat. It's a really weird thread. And maybe he's not saying he would like personally rape him, but like he would like, you know, I don't know what the word is. Rape him with an object or something.
Abuse him sexually.
Yeah. Which is like a weird thread. He doesn't
have to do it himself to be like. Like, God, Richard, what the fuck? Why is the giant mentioning you? Why are you so important in this story?
Yeah. Yeah, and is Linda going to be supposed to be on the same level as this guy? Like, or is Linda like a good version, maybe? Like some person's kid who's like a good version? Right. The antithesis of Richard here.
Yeah.
Interesting. So we do get the sense that, well, am I right that are Sylvia and Ben like still married, or are they still living together? I feel like I got the sense from this scene that they weren't living together.
Yeah, and you know, we get another scene with Sylvia later that I think implies that
that's right. It's the next scene, yeah.
That they're divorced or separated, or they've had some kind of break in the relationship. You know, because she's like threatening to call a lawyer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, to get some more money and all that stuff.
Yeah. So I'm assuming they're divorced. But yeah, it definitely seems like they don't live together anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Which isn't a big surprise. They certainly weren't portrayed in the original series as having a great marriage.
Yeah. And again, the whole revelation of Donna being his daughter could have been the nail in that coffin.
Yeah. She did show up for that scene.
So the bear in the scene that's asking Johnny how he is today is such a weird creation, and like,
hello, Johnny.
It's how like, it's British, like it has like it again. It goes along with this theme of characters having head trauma in David Lynch works.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's got this like glass head thing.
Yeah.
So it's just like a teddy bear with its head ripped off, but like there's this other head that you know is a bit reminiscent of the evolution of the arm. You know, this sort of brain lighting up, talking sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it kind of fits in with that whole thing. One of the things I thought was weird, and maybe it's not. Maybe he didn't actually do that. I thought it was weird that, like, you know, she has the safe with her jewelry in it, and he decides to, like, open it and take all the jewelry out and put it in that purse or whatever, instead of just taking the whole safe. I mean, I guess it's a better scene to see what's in there or whatever, but I'm like, it's already in a package ready to go.
Just take that instead of, like, going through it, putting it in another thing. Yeah. It's a good point. Come on, Richard, get practical.
And then so Johnny's not dead from his head wound.
Johnny's clearly not dead. Previous. He was injured, but yeah.
And he's like sort of tied for his own safety to like
he's got a helmet on.
Yeah, and he's like can't do it, which is like torture really in a way. And it seems like she sort of in sort of a way. I don't know. I feel like this encounter with Richard sort of made her realize that was a bad thing to do to Johnny. Yeah. Because, like, he was just completely helpless in this situation. Whereas, like, if he, you know, I don't know if he could fight or anything, but I feel like, you know, he would have at least been an obstacle for Richard. Yeah. If he wasn't tied up.
It seemed like he understood that, like, something not good was happening. Mm-hmm. He was reacting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Richard is so all evil, all bad. Like, it's... and we still don't really have an answer why. And maybe it'll be, you know, Bob's your uncle.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
You know, but I'm curious why he's so sort of relentlessly evil. And like you were saying with Miriam, like, is this sort of new behavior for him? Has he sort of been sort of a a minor-ish like asshole all these years, and now he's sort of taking it up to 11 because of whatever he's involved with is sort of going wrong, or so that's why Miriam wasn't like super scared for her life or anything, necessarily, or if he's supposed to have just been like the demon child from birth or something,
right? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the weird thing. We've never seen him like be any other way, but I guess the possibility's there that they'll do something like they did with Sheriff Truman's wife, with Doris, where they'll have some character say like, he didn't used to be like this,
Oh God.
Blah 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 happened.
It makes me think Richard killed her son or something. I forgot what they said about how their kid died, or if they said any details. But now I'm like, Richard did it.
Oh God, that's Yeah. I mean, they kind of implied it was... wait, didn't he kill himself?
Did he kill himself? I really forget what happened. I don't remember
They implied it was related to, like, PTSD. I can't remember if they said he killed himself or if they just said he died.
Okay.
But I thought maybe he killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Richard covered it up and made it look like...
Oh, Richard, what are you gonna do? And yeah, what's the logical plot for this character? Where does this character end up? Like what's he doing that's supposed to be interesting?
Yeah, that's not clear to me at all. I'm assuming he'll be punished in some way. I just feel like it's unlikely he's gonna do all this horrible stuff and then like, live happily ever after.
Mm-hmm.
And if the giant mentioned him, I'm expecting him to get wrapped up in the big plot, and so maybe he'll have some crazy encounter with various like Black Lodge and or Zone forces or Cooper or I mean I guess like compared to Cooper, evil Cooper is evil, I would say. I mean I don't say he's evil incarnate necessarily, but just like I guess for whatever reason I don't like calling him Mr. C.
Nice. I'm glad we differ on this.
I don't know what it is about that bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to think about it, but for some reason I like calling him Evil Cooper. I would call him Cooper Doppelganger if it was easier to say.
Clearly.
Because that's really what he is. And I guess that's what I'm trying to say as a shorthand. He's the doppelganger who's the bad one.
Yeah, I like calling him Mr. C because that's a name he's sort of has given to people in the world. So I'm kind of referring to him by his sort of in-world name. It's kind of why I say Dougie when I really mean Cooper.
Right.
But yeah, okay, interesting.
Yeah, the Dougie for Cooper thing. I feel like that it also doesn't bother me because he, he's taken Dougie's life basically.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like. And everyone's calling him that. So he's I mean, the Mr. I think only one character called him Mr. C, if I'm not mistaken, like Otis in the very first scene.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ray actually called him Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
Which, to a certain extent, they're kind of building the idea up. So they're making it a bit vaguer at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of makes sense, that it's just a short way of saying Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
And I guess, Mr. Cooper, I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, that's why I don't like saying Mr. Cooper.
Well, there you go.
I like Mr. C.
And I guess Mr. C feels like just a shorthand for Mr. Cooper. Maybe that's what bothers me about it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I would totally, if I could say it without like my tripping over my own like mouth, I would say Cooper Doppelganger over and over again.
Yeah.
What
about Doppel Cooper?
Oh, I have seen people say Doppelcoop. I don't really like that. I guess because I don't want to call him Coop. And then Doppel Cooper starts to get a bit more cumbersome, so...
Yeah, I think also Mr. C seems like a good moniker for this kind of bad guy, because it's a little it's a little extra mysterious than just Mr. Cooper, you know?
Right.
But yeah. Okay.
Fair enough. That's where we stand on this as yet unnamed character. I mean, I guess like it's Cooper's doppelganger, right? So, you know, we know what he is, we know who he is, and there's just not, he has not expressed like that I can tell like a particular name that he wants to be called. You know, Chantal and Hutch just call him Boss.
Yeah. Back to the Richard and Linda thing. Just kind of reading this thing about what they said about Linda, that she's a veteran in a wheelchair, and if Frank Truman's son was in the military too, that might be an interesting connection there. Going back to Richard killing him or something.
Oh God.
But it could, you know, and the other question is, is Linda also Cooper's Mr. C's progeny?
Right.
Like basically Linda's is Linda Richard's sister?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe she's the good one.
That's what I was trying to do by tying it in with the 50 storyline. I mean, I guess in that case it would make them something more like cousins, but I do feel like they should be related in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on the fact that they're presented together.
Richard two birds and Linda, with one stone. 2 birds, 1 stone. Does that mean like maybe they're twins? And the stone was like the egg that was fertilized and then split into 2. Maybe that's what that means. Yeah, they had. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, maybe it's one of those things where like, if Audrey's the mom, like she didn't know she was having twins, and then like so she has one kid, and then like one comes and it's Richard, and then like. She has another one. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out some way where, like, she doesn't end up raising Linda or something like that. Or, you know, and they're sort of separated. And so Linda is, like, the good one and Richard's the evil one. And
right.
Because you don't want both to be evil, right? I mean, even though they, you know, if Evil Cooper is their dad, they should both be evil. But maybe there's only enough evil to go to one person and the other person has to just be, like, normal. Right. Or, like, good or something.
Yeah. That's all that's left.
Mm-hmm.
Too much evil going in one direction.
Yeah.
None left for you. Sorry, Linda. You're shit out of luck. Yeah, that's interesting. I think I have a feeling that because there's been such a delay in the Linda reveal that there would be some significance there.
Yeah. Oh, Linda, what are you going to do for us?
I have no idea. That's going to be weird. All right, so you ready to continue?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go back to Las Vegas. Roger tells Duncan Todd that they got Ike. Anthony is there. Duncan Todd tells Anthony to pin the insurance claim that this is like exposition central here.
Mm-hmm.
Duncan Todd he's like, you remember my, what does he say? My business rivals and bitter enemies, the Mitchum brothers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great.
Like, super exposition dialogue there. Just to quickly explain where they stand. Anyway. Yeah. He wants Anthony to pin the insurance claim that they conspired to deny for the Mitchum brothers on Dougie. And then the Mitchum brothers will kill Dougie. That's basically what he wants him to do. If the plan fails, then Anthony will have to kill Dougie himself.
There you go.
So, yeah. So this makes the connection between Anthony and Duncan Todd that I hadn't expected. And therefore, Anthony is at least tangentially connected to Evil Cooper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so is this sort of in your head like a separate plot line from the Evil, like there's an intersection with the Evil Cooper stuff in that, you know, Duncan Todd is trying to, you know, ordering these hitmen to kill Dougie. But it's interesting to think about. Does Mr. C have any interest in this whole like Mitchum Brothers insurance thing? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It seems to me like no. It seems to me like that's Duncan Todd's personal thing that he's just using as a tool. Because like you said earlier, like he's sent two like professionals on to kill Dougie and they failed.
Yeah, it's crazy to like to obviously this is a world of coincidences, but like the coincidence that the person that Duncan Todd has been trying to get killed is the person who like wins all this money from his rivals,
Right. Yeah. That's a strange connection. So yeah, I remember thinking like if Duncan Todd was supposed to be in the same casino as the Mitchum brothers, and this makes clear that no. In fact,
there's no way. Clearly, yeah, there's no way.
Not in this life.
No, not at all. Yeah, there was an exterior shot of his office here, so you get a sense of where he actually is now.
Yeah.
The Silver Mustang, I think, is the name of the casino.
Yeah. And I feel like this is also like. I mean, not that I don't want to give myself too much credit because I don't think I didn't see this coming like remotely, just to be clear. But I feel like I picked up on something vaguely like this when I was thinking that Bushnell Mullins was talking about like come see me tomorrow. We're gonna get some answers. Thinking about like why did Dougie's car blow up and then someone tried to kill him? Like after seemingly uncovering Anthony's fraud, which now we understand a little better what the fraud was. Like he was going to assume Anthony did it. I remember thinking that, and this isn't that, but it is at least heading in that direction.
Well, it's like it wasn't that, but it could end up being that.
Exactly.
If Anthony does eventually try to kill Cooper, Dougie himself.
Yeah. But the story is, I mean, even if he doesn't end up having to do it himself, which I feel like is definitely a possibility, he's still being put in the middle of the plot to kill Dougie.
Yeah.
Even though it's actually not of his own free will.
And not because Dougie found out about the insurance fraud. That's not the reason.
That's not the reason. Of course not. It's weird. It's actually got nothing to do with that.
No.
In a way, like the Mitchum brothers should be thanking him. Because actually that should be good for them.
Well, yeah, ideally Bushnell Mullins will realize the claim was sort of incorrectly denied or something.
Yeah,
and then they might get that money
out. Then like that should more than make up for the $400,000 that Dougie.
Well, maybe that's interesting. Yeah, because maybe that's what's going to happen. Maybe right before they have Dougie killed, and maybe it'll work this time. Somehow we have a sense it'll work this time.
Yeah,
they get a call from Bushnell, and he's like, "I want to apologize. There was a problem with your claim, and we got it remedied, and we'll pay out now." And so they go, "Holy shit! Well, we don't have to kill him now because, we got our money now." And then that would force Anthony to have to kill him.
Yeah.
Or try to.
I that's what I'm expecting to happen. That sounds.
That
sounds like a logical course to go down. That it was always leading to Anthony trying to kill him, even though like that isn't
not for the reason we thought. Yeah, and that thing Bushnell said about getting answers the next morning, I didn't believe it at the time, but now that he's going to go to work, I feel like they'll talk about this, and maybe that's when they'll bring up his findings on the stairs and ladders that he drew all over those papers. Like but he's like, you give me a lot to think about, so maybe he'll be done thinking and he'll and like you were saying, like maybe tie those together, and say, hey, on the one hand, it looks like Anthony is committing insurance fraud here, and on the other hand, someone's trying to kill you. You should look out for him or something. And
yeah.
All right. Well, okay.
All right. So shall we continue from there?
I'm scared.
I assume we're going to get a bit more of this storyline.
The next scene scares me.
All right, so in the next scene, we have Albert and Constance dining together while Gordon and Tammy watch and giggle.
That's literally what happens. That's literally what happens. What is this? What are we watching? Why is there this moment for, like, lovers or something? I don't know. Like, is this weird, like... Hey, here's the thing you didn't think about. What's Albert's dating life like?
Romance is in the air.
Like, I don't even know what... I get. They must be in Buckhorn if Constance is here.
Yeah, Buckhorn Hotel, presumably.
Yeah, so it's so weird to be... And then, like, Tammy comes over like she's invested in Albert's love life all of a sudden, and like, oh, look at this! Oh no! And and then Gordon's all like giddy, and but again, I feel like he's touching Tammy in this strangely familiar way.
He's got his arm around her, and I was like, ugh, are they really going down that road?
And it's not to me as bad as the Diane thing, because he's kind of got it, a little above the small of her back. It's not completely intimate, and it's, and she's got, they're arm in arm, but also they're coworkers, and that's her boss. Yeah. And I don't know why they're that familiar with each other at all. Yeah. Like, I don't walk with my boss arm in arm like that.
You don't?
I don't. Maybe that's why I didn't get that raise. Jeez. But yeah, I don't, is that just Gordon being old school? Like, it's such a, or is that just David Lynch being himself and not really thinking about how this sort of actions are coming off?
Christabel, like, they've done albums together, maybe like Laura Dern,
exactly.
Like, they have familiarity in real life, and maybe it's just carrying over in a way that doesn't quite seem right for the actual story. I was pleasantly surprised that she was seemingly not staying in his room, at least.
Yeah, you're right. At the very least, he's not. Tammy, we'll get one room, one bed. I'm old school.
When Albert came in, I was kind of expecting her to, like, come out in a bathrobe or something.
Oh, no.
I really thought that's what was going to happen.
Oh, God. I didn't expect that. I feel like that's so overt, and it's like not ever going to be that, which makes it worse.
Yeah.
The subvert or covert sort of stuff he's doing is sort of worse than if they were actually in a relationship or something.
Right.
But that's funny.
It's just the occasional inappropriate touching.
Yeah. It's just the old school Mad Men style of being a boss,
Right. That's just what you do. You touch your fellow employees when you feel like it.
Yeah. Because it's a man's world.
Man's world. Just touch when you want to touch.
And they're just like, oh, it's so sweet. Look at those people having dinner. It's so sweet. But yeah, it's weird. He's like, come on, and they go somewhere, and it's like, where are they going? So maybe that's what you put it in your head, that, like, she would be in his suite or something.
That's exactly
He's like, oh, aren't they so cute having dinner? Come on, let's go have sex.
Yeah, that's literally how I took it. I was glad that it didn't seem like it was actually that.
Yeah, I assume like they just walked back to their respective hotel rooms and.
Yes, it seems that is what happened.
Yeah, wow.
But again, it's this thing. I mean, Tammy has been, fairly, like, mediocre, like not really doing a lot. She's kind of just being dragged along, like, in the plot, but she hasn't been featured in like a really uncomfortable way since the beginning.
Yeah.
I was worried we were getting back to that.
Well, and it's the show's fault, right? Because that whole scene with Denise set up this idea that Gordon might have like inappropriate reasons for having her along,
Yeah.
So it just like put that in our heads. So every time there's these scenes, it's like, okay, well, they brought it up. I guess they want us to pay attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's because of what you did.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't bring this in. You brought that in. So yeah, remains to be seen where that will go, if anywhere. But yeah, yeah.
It begs the question: where is Diane in this scene?
Yeah, I mean, I was assuming in her own room.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we don't see her at all in this particular part. So
yeah.
Off sending more messages, maybe.
Do you think like Constance and Albert, like there's gonna be more? I mean, what are they gonna get married or something? Like, what's really the long-term story here? Like,
yeah, I doubt it. I mean, I assume this was just a small moment because like they had like a brief little interchange in the previous one, where they like traded quips, and it was sort of implied that they're, I guess, I mean, what she does is kind of similar to what Albert did.
Oh, they make sense as a couple, like,
yeah,
for some reason, and but I feel like it's a progression of that idea. So is there going to be another part of that where they go on another date, or they like I don't know, something or like she comes with them to Twin Peaks because of this, or he invites her along because he wants to keep seeing her or something, and she's like, I've got vacation coming up. I don't know. Or she's just interested in like the mystery.
It's not out of the question. I think it could go either way. That it's just a little moment, and maybe we're supposed to believe that they'll stay in touch or something. And that's it for them. Or if they really want to go all in with Constance, then she tags along. I mean,
I just feel like since it's the end of the show and everything, last season into the series, that they might want to set Albert up with a longtime partner or something.
Yeah. I didn't think we were gonna get romance for Albert, but
well, that's why it's like I feel like that's kind of fitting, in a way that like you wouldn't think that, and so maybe that's why they're doing it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
All right, next scene.
Okay, so we go back to the Mitchums casino. They're in that surveillance room. They see Anthony on the camera come into the casino. So they send Candy out to get Anthony. This is going to go real smoothly. She doesn't respond very quickly, but eventually she leaves, and we see Candy and Anthony on the camera. She seems to
be...
Canthony? Oh, God, that's the relationship no one needs. She seems to be talking quite a bit to Anthony, making some hand gestures. Eventually, the Mitchums get impatient, and they tell one of the people on the floor to send them up. So they finally leave.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley says if we fire her, she's got no place to go. So we get that weird little implication, I guess, about what their deal is. And then Anthony and Candy enter. They ask Candy what she was talking about, and she basically says the weather, and they're lucky to have air conditioning in the casino.
Mm-hmm.
Then they ask Anthony what he wants. He tells them that their claim was denied by Dougie. So he's, doing what Duncan Todd said, basically.
Yep.
So then they ask Candy to show him out. She does eventually. And he repeats that Dougie's their enemy.
he's like doing Inception.
Yeah, exactly.
Just so you know, he's your enemy. Now go off and kill him for me. Yeah, interesting scene. Yeah, just kind of like you said, doing what Duncan Todd said, and we get this weirdness with Candy, and it's strange because she's not upset anymore about what happened. She's
not crying, yeah.
But she's being like weird, and it must be strange to be like these three actresses playing these roles because they're interchangeable. Yet Candy's getting all of the sweet stuff, if you will.
Yeah.
That was some sort of joke.
That was a pun. Okay.
And I don't know. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah. What, and again, going back to like, how do the Mitchum brothers treat these women? Like the idea that it's almost like a jobs program, like a welfare program. Like they're just helping these like, underprivileged women, something beautiful yet underprivileged.
It's charity.
Yeah, it's like some sort of like maybe it's a sort of classic, run away from home type situation, and she's came to Vegas to be a star or something, and she's got like no talent or whatever, and so like they feel pity for her, versus like they're just like using her or something, So it's interesting again, like they're sort of just it's another sort of subversion of like the typical idea of these kind of guys. Because it would be like, get rid of her. Yeah, get rid of her. There's a dime a dozen of these kind of broads around,
Right.
Like we don't care what happens to her. But it's like, oh, they actually care, and they've actually talked about this before, like it's been a thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, why is she like this now? Like,
I know, she's almost like Dougie. Like it's almost like a weird, it's like, I don't understand language, or
for
like...
a little bit, like, I thought she wasn't responding to Rodney specifically, because it was like, there was a couple of times where it seemed like she noticed like what Bradley was saying more, or like when he spoke, she paid more attention. But then later on, it was like, nah, it's not really that. She's just... And she does like understand eventually, seemingly. But yeah, she's sort of like a, like a few points above Dougie.
Yeah.
But it's sort of like, what's the transition between the crying and this? Is this just normal for her, or is this some kind of continued reaction? Is this like the stages of grief or something? Is this like the next phase in dealing with the fact that she hit Rodney in the face with a remote control?
Yeah, I think it's denial, anger, and dumbness. Is that the third? She's in the third stage or something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't help that the other women don't talk, or really interact, and they've got this aloof quality where they're like zoned out almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really tough to tell like what exactly is supposed to be happening there. I don't know. And do all three are the three girls just for the one guy, or are they for both of them? Like it's sort of confusing, I guess, exactly what the relationship is there.
Yeah. I agree. It seems to me like they live together and it's both of them, but yeah, I agree. It's not clear. I mean, Bradley does say we fire her.
Yeah.
So I think that kind of implies they work for both of them.
Yeah. And it could be because, they both own the casino or something, and so they're sort of employees of the casino.
And even though they seem to go home with them as well.
Yeah.
Seems like it seems more like they're personal, but maybe if you own the casino, like the line between working for the casino, working for the Mitchum brothers is like...
Yeah, exactly.
A blurry one.
It's the same. The money's coming from the same place, yeah.
Yeah. But they seem to have like 24-hour jobs. I mean, it seems like they're never off. I don't know. Let's just say we haven't seen them not working ever.
Yeah. But are they really working ever?
I mean, working mostly means standing there in the dress.
Yeah.
Or skirt, or whatever you call that thing.
It's a dress.
Thank you.
I learned the difference between a dress and a skirt.
What's the difference?
A dress
part?
Skirt is just the bottom part.
Yeah,
exactly.
Got it. So it's a dress. There you go.
A dress, like, maybe has a skirt.
Right.
And a skirt doesn't have a dress.
A skirt by itself is not a dress, yeah. Okay. Good. That makes sense.
That's a little update from the Mr. Podcast Fashion Corner.
Yeah. I remember at the time, like, being suspicious that she said something else. That she was like...
Yeah. She did seem like she was saying a lot more than what she said. She was like pointing around and like it was interesting.
Now Anthony doesn't contradict her, but I guess it's not necessarily important or helpful for him to get involved in, you know, whatever's going on with Candy. So I mean, I guess I could see him. You know, they even ask him, "What did she say?" And he's like, "Ask her." You know. Yeah. So, but then again, like, what could she have said? Like,
Yeah, and there were some other, you know, the security guard and then the like floor manager guy there, or I guess he got upgraded to the casino manager maybe. But they, you know, so they could ask him to their actual employees what she said too to like corroborate it. But yeah, I don't know. She's like gesturing in a weird, strange way. But I guess he's talking about the AC or whatever.
She's pointing to the air conditioning vents or something.
I thought she was like supposed to be pointing like cameras, and then she was gonna point to the one that's looking at him, you know, or something like that. And she was just saying that, our boss, you know, the Mitchum brothers want you, and they're right there watching us. And but yeah, Anthony's just there to deliver the message. He doesn't want to start anything.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, besides that weirdness, this scene is mostly functional as far as I could tell. Just kind of. You know, they already. I guess that's the point of the next. Do you want to go to the next scene?
Let's go to the next scene.
Okay, so I'm just talking about the next scene now. So we go back to the Mitchum's home. We've still got Mandy, Candy, and Sandy on duty.
Mandy, Candy, Sandy on dandy, or something.
Rodney says that they'll set up a meeting with Dougie for tomorrow, and you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. No, shame on me. Wait. Fool me. Now I'm forgetting how it goes. No, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You're dead, right? I think that's what he says. Yeah. So yeah, I guess it's implied that they are going to kill Dougie, just like Duncan Todd / Anthony wanted them to.
Yeah.
So we'll get follow up on that.
Did they say set up a meeting with Dougie?
I thought that's what they meant.
Like, why would Dougie take a meeting with them? I mean, obviously this Dougie would, but in general, why would they think a guy who has fooled them twice would just show up to a meeting with, you know what I mean? Like, it's that weird thing. Like, he took $30 million for them and $425, and he's just going to show up to a meeting, and you guys think he'll show up? Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know we have any bad will towards him.
Right. He won't see it coming. Of course he won't, but...
No, he actually won't.
They don't necessarily know that.
So there's this line, now I know how Brando felt. Is that just like a Godfather's reference?
Yeah, I have no idea. If that's... Yeah, like, what in The Godfather exactly? Just, like...
Getting screwed over?
Yeah. Is that all it is? Like betrayal and
having to kill someone?
Have people killed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Running an empire?
Maybe. It's
like
weird.
The burden of
This is the second like major Brando reference.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole character that's based on Marlon Brando.
Unfortunately.
The sort of because I was watching a thing with David Lynch, an interview, and you know he mentioned that Gordon Cole actually comes from Sunset Boulevard. There's a character named Gordon Cole in Sunset Boulevard.
Oh, who's that?
I think it's a minor character. I think maybe he's one of the cops or something. He said, but I don't remember exactly.
Oh, I see.
What it was. It's not like a main character, but it's a character from Sunset Boulevard.
So
like he he does sprinkle movie references.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Into things. It's this weird. Actually, watching these Mitchum scenes and thinking about also Mr. Eddie in Lost Highway, and Castiglione brothers also. I realized that there's a thread of what David Lynch does that is not a million miles away from Tarantino. Because I feel like in a way these are like Tarantino characters.
Because they're both pulling from the pulp crime noir oeuvre. Yeah. If you will. I think that's why, they have that intersection, because those are where those kind of gangster characters come from.
But sort of adding this quirkiness to it. Making them
postmodern.
Yeah, kind of like go against certain aspects of what you expect from them.
Yeah. Gordon Cole is one of Cecil B. DeMille's assistants in the movie, who calls up Norma, and she thinks like, oh, they're calling to be in the movie, but he was just calling to rent her car.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So
anyway, too, in terms of Brando, like I assume it's a specific reference, but maybe it's just some general thing from The Godfather. I don't know.
I was going to say another thing about Gordon Cole. It doesn't seem to be the same guy, but back on those old movie sets, there used to be a guy who would yell action and cut for the director.
Oh, yeah.
And it just makes you think of Gordon Cole being hard of hearing, like kind of meshing those two, like one of Cecil B. DeMille's, the director's assistants.
Oh, yeah.
And sort of this idea of the guy yelling because, I don't know, something similar there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I can see that.
But yeah, so I don't know. I expect a third Brando reference before this thing is over.
Yeah.
Because, everything good comes in threes.
I'm going to put that, up there on the list of, things I didn't expect from season 3. Twin Peaks: The Return.
Yeah. And
Marlon Brando references will be featured.
Is that a Mark Frost thing?
It could be. But I guess that's why I mentioned Gordon Cole, although I guess that was in the original Twin Peaks too, so it could be a Mark Frost thing.
Yeah, I wonder, because I feel like Wally Brando I feel like I've heard people say that's like a Mark Frost thing, that whole idea or that scene or whatever, and I can't really discern Mark Frost's stuff except when I can clearly see non-David Lynch stuff, and I go, well, maybe that's Mark Frost.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that kind of direct reference doesn't seem like the kind of thing David Lynch would generally do, because even Gordon Cole is a reference, but it's not an obvious reference. It's not naming, it's not like dressing in the same clothes and riding the same bike and having the accent and basically being that character.
Yeah, it's not I don't think he's done anything quite that over the top.
And so they did The Godfather. They did what's the movie with the bike?
The Wild One.
The Wild One. And so now I'm expecting a third sort of movie. Maybe Apocalypse Now.
Oh God.
Superman.
Oh man.
Island of Dr. Moreau, anyone? Yeah, I'm wondering what's another, I guess
Don Juan DeMarco.
Streetcar Named Desire.
Oh yeah. Classic.
Yeah, so I'm expecting if they do another. Yeah, I could have been a contender. Maybe someone will say that.
Sure, why not?
All right, next scene.
All right.
And so it's a doozy.
Oh, yeah. So we kind of talked about this earlier, but we go back to the Buckhorn Hotel. Gordon's making a little sketch. There's a knock at the door. When Gordon answers, he has a strange vision of Laura Palmer. It's Albert at the door. Albert tells Gordon about Diane's text message and reveals that Diane sent a reply. They have Hastings. He is going to take them to the site. Gordon says he felt it when she hugged him, and this confirms it. Gordon says to keep her close. And then Tammy knocks at the door. She shows them a picture found on one of the earliest cards. So this is something I didn't really get the first or the second time, but I think you're the one that helped me understand. This means those cards on the cameras.
Yeah.
That like Sam was switching out, and saying one of the earliest cards means it's from the earliest days.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the box setup, which I think, definitely points toward the possibility that he could be the billionaire. So it shows Evil Cooper and another man standing by that box. I think he's not in it, but we'll see. So yeah, that's.
I almost feel like if he was in the box, then they would have said that.
Yeah.
Unless they think it's clear from the picture that he's in the box, which of course it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thinking he's sort of not in the box. Although that idea of missed you in New York is. Like, did he miss him because he tried to catch him in the box?
Right.
Or did he miss him because, he knows... Because he did know that Mr. C went to go visit the Major. So presumably
is he why the security guard wasn't there?
Right?
God, I really need security guard answers.
I know. That guy... Yeah, what a big mystery for such the smallest part, right? Literally. And like the biggest mystery there. So
it's weird that I know more about experiments than I do about why the security guard was
right. It seems like the guy on the phone is able to track Mr. C or is somehow following him. So that's an interesting question is. How does he know he saw the Major, and how does he know he was in New York?
Oh, right, you met with Major Briggs, yeah.
Yeah,
that was weird. Like I didn't know that before, but I know it now. I guess that made me think that. I mean, since that was like 25 years ago, it made me think that he found that out. Not that he necessarily tracked him, and that's that maybe he found out he was in New York. Also, like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
So I didn't even think about that. That was 25 years ago. That's a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, I know you met with the Major 25 years ago. Like, that's a weird thing to say.
It's possible that they had another meeting.
Yeah, I'm wondering if since the Major was sort of in that weird hibernating zone area, that somehow he was able to meet with Mr. C in a more recent showed up, and
then I would
period.
say the number. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying maybe he met in some sort of more recent time period.
I think the number one key that ties Evil Cooper to the Major is the ring, the Dougie Janie E ring. I think that's what makes it most likely to me that perhaps he was there when Dougie was created. I mean, that doesn't quite make sense, but perhaps he had some interaction with Dougie at some point.
Yeah, or vice versa. Could Mr. C have been there when the Major his head disappeared? Right.
I mean, seemingly the Woodsmen were there. It definitely seems possible to me that. I mean, we know Evil Cooper was like involved in the Hastings plot to some extent, so it seems at least possible that he was there that night.
Mm-hmm. And the weird thing about the wedding ring, one of the weird things I should say is that a manufacturing Asian, whatever the word would be, or was Dougie created and he lived a bit of his life and then like he literally met Janie E and they got married and he she got him a ring and engraved it and like you know what I mean like or was that ring somehow created as part of the Dougie thing? But I guess that doesn't make sense because then Janie E would have to be not real or something or not like a normal person,
which I don't think is true.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that it's a real thing. Okay, so I came up with like a crappy yet somehow crackpot theory. I guess crackpot theories maybe usually are kind of crappy, but I mean, I guess I just mean like it isn't. Whatever. Here's the theory.
No, continue to characterize it.
I don't know why I want to characterize it so much, but like, let's assume that Evil Cooper was there when they met with the Major the second time. It doesn't add up though. It doesn't add up because he still needs the coordinates, and they had the coordinates right there. Ruth had them on her hands. So why didn't he have them? Why is he going to Hastings' secretary? You know.
That's actually, I don't remember them ever saying that detail though. That they don't have Ruth's body. Never mind. That's why they didn't say it. They don't know where her body is.
Yeah.
Because I was like, the police haven't said anything about coordinates being on her hand.
Oh yeah. They don't have the body.
They don't have the body.
They don't have the body. But then still, he shouldn't. If he has the body, he shouldn't need the coordinates. Right. So that suggests he doesn't, and that he wasn't there. Okay. So now I'm starting to not think this is true, but I'm gonna throw it out anyway.
All right.
Assuming he was there, I was gonna say, and maybe this just happened another time, but like he went to Dougie again, going back to my theory that he swapped the wedding ring for the Alcave ring. That he just like had the ring in his pocket or something, and he dropped it, and the Major picked it up and swallowed it.
Who is he?
Evil Cooper.
That so is it, you saying this is when he created Dougie?
Well, no.
No, it would have to be after.
Because
because he says to be married to have the ring.
I'm assuming he went back to give Dougie the Alcave ring, and maybe that somehow helped with the. But then
transition. Why didn't he just kill Dougie then? Why did he give them the ring and not just kill him?
No, he wants to kill Dougie after real Cooper. Sorry, after real Cooper arrives. So yeah, he doesn't want to kill Dougie. He wants to kill real Cooper. I think that's the idea. So he wants the exchange to happen, and maybe the ring facilitated that in some way. And so I'm assuming that's when he took the wedding ring. And so then, maybe he dropped it and the Major swallowed it, hoping someone would find it.
That's a good place to hide it, because people generally look there.
Well, if he knew he was in danger,
So somehow Mr. C drops it. Like, why would he even switch the ring to begin with? Why can't... Because it goes on the left ring finger, the spiritual finger.
The spiritual finger. Think about that, Tammy.
Yeah, it goes on that finger. So he takes the ring, but then somehow he doesn't keep up, and he forgets that he dropped it or something. Or
oops. Yeah. That's a little weird. And like I said, because of the coordinates, it doesn't really add up that he was there, and yet the timing is perfect. Because, the Major was there. We know Dougie Dougie was just taken, recently. So it sort of seems like, like he would have the wedding ring,
What do you mean Dougie was taken?
Well, Dougie was taken back to the Black Lodge. With the Alcave ring. That just happened like a few days ago. I'm just saying, like, the timing.
How does that tie into him when he gets the ring?
Well, assuming that the Alcave ring has something to do with that process, of like fooling the whatever forces into taking Dougie instead of taking him.
Okay, now I just confused on what you meant by the timing in terms of he just went back to the Black Lodge with the Alcave ring, but I thought you were tying that together with him when the ring exchange happened in the first place.
Yeah, well, so I'm assuming that it was recently, that he went to see Dougie, maybe 5 days ago or something.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Maybe he went to New York. He's all over the place. He went to New York. He went to Las Vegas. And then, when we catch up with him, he's in or around the Buckhorn area. And so, like, he would have been able to switch the ring, get Dougie's ring, then go to Buckhorn, be there for the craziness, for the Major to, I don't know, maybe they whisked away Ruth's body. I mean, maybe somehow he couldn't get the coordinates then. I don't know. Maybe he failed in some way. And maybe the meeting with Briggs was that one. You know, like a second one, more recent, and he was actually there.
Mm-hmm. But it would have been before the second meeting with Ruth and Hastings, because that's when the Major's head disappeared. So he would have had to meet the Major before then.
No, what? No. I'm assuming it was then, and then, you know, that's when that happened.
So they said, like, last Thursday they went back to meet the Major the second time and give him the coordinates. So you're thinking that Mr. C was there also. So it was Hastings, Ruth, Briggs, the Woodsman, and Mr. C.
Yes. Yes. We know he was in the area.
But then how does that leave time for Briggs to swallow the ring if he wants coordinates? Because is it Mr. C, like the person who's after him? Or, I mean, he's hibernating from somebody.
Oh, because he needs his mouth to swallow it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Generally speak, I mean, it's just a lot of events that happen at one time.
It is. But
like Mr. C is like there. They have the coordinates, but somehow he can't get them. But Major Briggs can. It's just a little. It's a lot to tie together.
Well, Major Briggs had to tell him where to go. I guess, like, the question would be, you know, why didn't they, why didn't they just intercept them and get the coordinates before, before they had the chance to deliver them to the Major? And that's not really clear.
I assume, like, maybe they didn't find out about the coordinates until after the Major's whole thing, because I don't think Hastings knew about the coordinates until the Major said, "Hey, give me these coordinates."
Oh, I totally agree.
This is where you find it. So presumably Mr. C might not know about the coordinates, or he knows there's a place he's trying to get to, but he might not know that there's, like, a coordinates to actually that depicts where they are. Or where the entrance to this place is, or something like that. I don't know. It's a lot to piece together. It's hard. My brain is hurting because it's crazy enough just what Hastings described, but then like to try to put another plot in there where, like, Mr. C is there too.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like. Yeah, and Hastings doesn't say, and then he ate the ring, or there was another guy there too, and I don't know. It's a lot to put in.
He does say there were so many people there. I don't know if that really leaves room for everything I'm saying, but.
And all the Woodsmen look alike versus, Mr. C would stand out.
He would stand out in that crowd, yeah.
But maybe he was like, I could also imagine him sort of in the background and not really calling attention to himself if there's a ton of people there and weirdness happening. And I do sort of assume that until further notice that Ruth's body vanished when the Major's head vanished.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, or maybe the Woodsman did that so that Mr. C couldn't get the coordinates. Because maybe if he gets the coordinates, Bob goes away or something, or they don't want Bob going to that place or something like that.
Mm-hmm. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
They're not just purely there to help him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of would prefer if there's some more layers to their relationship, and it's not just I've got this whole team of supernatural beings, like, devoted to helping me, yet most of the time I'm doing stuff by myself, like,
right.
Right. Yeah, I swear, I'm still, the ring in the stomach is still one of the most baffling things on the show. It's still not clear why. I mean, even the idea of that leading to Dougie, it's such a small thing. Because all they get from that is a name, and they need everything else. They need, his full name, they need his identity, and they need his location for that to even make sense. And then they need to know what he looks like for them to really sort of get close to what's going on here. So it's like, if that was the Major's plan, it's such a small piece of what is needed to get across what, and maybe that's the only thing he could have done, or he was like, well, I'm about to die. I've got 5 seconds to alert people to whoever finds my body but why not put the ring on or something? Or I guess you can't, whoever finds your body might take it off or something. But there's also no guarantee that, unless he's like, I know what morticians or coroners do, and they look in your stomach for contents for an autopsy, so I know that they'll find this. Like, I think he would have to think like that in order for that to work.
I agree. But I guess, with leaving, that crazy message, for Betty Briggs to give to Hawk and Bobby and Frank Truman, the idea that he would sort of try to plant something for someone to find, it seems like sort of consistent with his character. I guess that makes more sense to me than like Evil Cooper shoving it in there.
Well, yeah, but you do have to piece together how, because I'm assuming his future knowledge ends once he starts hibernating.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was future knowledge. I agree, but just, educated guess, if you will. But still the idea that he would leave.
That he's planning for a
trail
event.
Of clues. Yeah. Yeah. That's at least consistent with other things he's doing.
All right, we'll see. It's still baffling to me, and I guess there's also that line, Dougie has the ring with this ring ID wed. There's a thing there,
Right.
So trading a wedding ring for the Alcave ring is interesting. Maybe he's like, hey, Dougie, I'll trade you your ring for this ring. Look, it's green. Don't you like green? Yeah, I like green.
Oh, God.
And he just like gets the ring from him.
Well, that's what you just wrote a scene.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
It's going to be a flashback.
Oh, jeez.
If they give us any flashbacks, I feel like that's probably how it would go.
Aren't you tired of that old stale gold ring? Don't you want this shiny new green ring?
Yeah.
You're right, I do want it. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Let's do it. So Ben Horne gets a call from Sylvia about Richard's
attack. I'm sorry. I guess we talked about the rest of this stuff in the Gordon Cole, Albert,
Diane,
Laura.
We talked about that at the top. That's kind of why I passed over.
Yeah, that's.
You want to say more about Diane? Feel free.
I don't think there's anything more to say. Yeah. One thing I did want to say, because I'm trying to hold out hope that Diane isn't completely bad, and this idea of like she has something to share, but maybe she's not sharing it until she has more evidence or something. Just this idea here that Gordon had a bad feeling about Diane, but he seemingly didn't tell Albert about it until just now. It's kind of that idea where you have something to share, but it's not the right time yet.
True.
But okay, we can go to the next scene.
Okay, so Ben Horne gets a call from Sylvia about Richard's attack. Sylvia wants money to replace what was stolen. Ben refuses. Sylvia says she's calling her lawyer. And then Ben asks Beverly off screen if she wants to go to dinner.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this whole thing we were talking about last time about Ben being a good guy, sort of keeping up with that. I guess this was the end of that.
Yep.
He was just like, he couldn't take it anymore, and he's like, I'm just gonna be bad now. It just it doesn't pay to be good.
Oh well. It's like, is it really that bad? I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, she got robbed. Like, it's not that. I don't know. He's like pissed. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's unclear what their sort of.
Like, we're supposed to feel sorry for Ben. Like, it's just like this is a weird scene.
I don't know if we're supposed to feel sorry for him.
Like, oh, poor Ben. He's got to give up more money. I guess he can have an affair now. Like it's just, I don't know.
I don't see it that simply because I feel like there's a missing piece in terms of like, because that seems to be the way it went. So I'm like, there's got to be something else there. Like it's unclear. Like is it something with why he's divorcing or divorced or separated from Sylvia? That makes him sort of double down on or is this like a reminder that he's not married and he's free to have dalliances? He's not cheating on her, technically, I don't think. So,
maybe the fair would be, I guess, on Beverly's side.
Yeah. But, it's unclear, I think, if, what Ben knows about her life. You could assume he knows she's married, but it's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, he does. I think they mentioned that. Ben specifically says that in the first scene he has with Jerry. He's like, "Are you banging her yet, or whatever?" And yeah, he's like, "No, she's whatever, and also she's married." And Jerry's like, "That never stopped you before."
That's right. So I will erase what I just said on the podcast, and I'll edit that out. That's right. He
rewatching helped with that one. I didn't necessarily remember that.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, good call. So he knows that. Yeah, it would be a sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, Sylvia comes across like kind of unpleasantly in this scene, like that she responds like selfishly, seemingly with to this attack.
That's why. Yeah, I feel like somehow it's his fault that Richard is in their life. I feel like, and that's why she's like blaming him.
Yeah, maybe we're missing something there.
Yeah, again, that's why I wanted it to be something with like Donna and giving the baby to Ben and Sylvia to raise or something, and
Donna and Evil Cooper.
Donna and Evil Cooper, yeah, or something, where somehow it's like it's more Ben's responsibility than who's ever the parents are,
right?
And maybe Sylvia was against it or something, and he convinced her, but so now she blames him for any of the repercussions from that choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting that she wants it sort of all replaced, and so I guess we didn't even really talk about what Richard is going to do with all that money and stuff he stole. Is he just trying to get out of town?
I think that's what he said. Didn't he say he was going to leave town? I thought that's what he said.
Okay, well, this is what happens if you don't watch the episode more than once. I'm like, I don't know what he's going to do next.
Yeah, I don't remember when he said that. Maybe to Chad or something. But yeah, I believe he mentioned that he's gonna leave town.
Okay, that sounds right.
So yeah, I think he's just getting money to leave town.
I'm just testing you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're passing. It's good.
Yeah. So yeah,
do you think he's gonna go anywhere? He's gonna go to Buckhorn. He's gonna go to Vegas. He's gonna. He's got to go somewhere
significant. I mean, Richard is a major figure, apparently. So.
Is he going to actually make it out of town before getting caught by the police?
It could be no. Because I kind of expect him to end up in Twin Peaks in the end. So, I don't know. Is he going to call up Daddy?
Well, and it seems like, yeah, right. Oh, geez. You think he knows who his dad is? I feel like he... Oh, man. I feel
like he doesn't know, but it's going to be weird if he does.
Yeah, right. Because he would think his dad is Cooper, which that shouldn't be a thing. He shouldn't, unless like Audrey told him and to say never tell anyone that.
Right.
This is. But yeah, I was wondering if maybe because there's still the red plot line that needs to happen with Richard. Yep. So. Yep. I feel like maybe Richard's gonna try to leave town, but then Red will intercept him or something. Right. And what did Red even want to like get? He's trying to sell drugs in town.
He's supposed to sell drugs, yeah.
So, is Richard in trouble if he leaves?
I would think so.
Because he's supposed to be there selling drugs. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would think Red wouldn't want to, but of course, if he's like suspected of multiple homicides and
that sounds like he's bad for business.
At a certain point, it's like, yeah. I don't necessarily need you working for me. It's not gonna really work out very well for a criminal enterprise. It's kind of better when the cops don't suspect you or actively pursue you constantly.
Yeah, it gets in the way.
So yeah, but there has to be a follow up to that because that's the only thing we've had so far on that. So yeah, I would think the next beat with Richard that has to come up if it doesn't relate to Audrey.
And then what's Red gonna do? What's his story? Like, great, right. I'm trying to sell drugs in town. So what?
Selling drugs. Wow.
Like,
yeah, I have no
what's the end game there? And the whole thing with is it Jean-Michel?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the last remaining Renault brother?
That would be the one.
Like his whole thing, you know, are we going to get any more of that? Are they going to tie those guys together with whatever? Because I feel like, you know, Red's doing the drugs. Yeah, is Red the one who owes him? Like, you know, they've got the drug angle with Red. Is he involved in prostitution too? I think, did they mention, am I making this up? Did they mention anything about One-Eye Jacks?
I don't think so.
Okay. I guess I was theorizing in the podcast or something, maybe that they would bring it up, or that Ben sold it or doesn't have any stake in it anymore, Ben and Jerry, I guess. And but yeah, I wonder if that'll come back into play at all, if the Renaults are still involved with that.
Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, it kind of seems like he's operating out of the Roadhouse, and they don't really need One-Eye Jacks, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was at least a passing reference.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, they're still, you know, seemingly involved in all of that stuff. So
definitely, yeah, they always will be.
They always were, and they always will be. The Renaults, yeah. It's French for criminal. It's so crazy. Are the Renaults in the Secret History?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they were always criminals.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah, they go back like deep in the history, and yeah. I think it's even to like colonial times.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Isn't it great?
Yikes. The original French settlers.
Mm-hmm.
Criminals.
Oh, yeah, and it's a Renault who kills Hank in prison also.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
What a dastardly clan.
Yeah, indeed.
With a dastardly plan.
So you ready for the next thing here? All right, so the log lady calls Hawk and tells him.
Yeah, what does she tell him?
I don't know what to do other than to read it verbatim.
All right.
Electricity is humming. You hear it in the mountains and rivers. You see it dance among the seas and stars and glowing around the moon. But in these days, the glow is dying. What will be in the darkness that remains? The Truman brothers are both true men. They are your brothers. And the others, the good ones who have been with you. Now the circle is almost complete. Watch and listen to the dream of time and space. It all comes out now, flowing like a river. That which is and is not. Hawk, Laura's the one.
All right.
So, yeah, I don't quite know how to summarize that. There certainly seem to be like vague points made in there about sort of a kind of what's the word? A coming confrontation or culmination or something like that. Kind of a vague prophecy of, you know, what's about to happen. Specifically, I mean, she really killed me with the Truman brothers are both true men.
When she said the Truman brothers are both, and I thought she was gonna say like true and men, but she basically said that. And it was just like it hit the nail on the head, you know.
Yeah.
Of like, or hit you over the head with it, I should say, of just like this idea Oh, they're the good guys.
Right. So when she said the Truman brothers are true men, like I rolled by, I was like, oh, it's too much. And then she goes, they're your brothers. And I was like, you saved it.
Uh-huh.
By doubling down on the pun, you saved it somehow.
Truman brothers are Truman and
they're your brothers.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. Their whole thing is a pun.
Yeah.
Like, not just the name, but the fact that they're brothers is a pun. Because they're also your brothers.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. And the others, the good ones who have been with you. I take that to mean basically everyone but Chad.
I think like Andy and like maybe Bobby and right. Lucy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Basically everyone but Chad. Yeah.
Everyone but Chad that we know.
So when she says now the circle's almost complete, I'm wondering if that means, and she says, watch and listen to the Dream of Time and Space, and I'm wondering if that means like, it'll be complete when like Gordon and the FBI come to Twin Peaks or something, or something like that. Like there's some more pieces in the puzzle that need to be placed.
I think Cooper needs to wake up, for example. That's got to be involved here. Please. At some point. But also Laura's the one.
I don't know what that means.
That's an interesting thing. Gordon Cole gets a vision of Laura in this episode, and then we also have this statement, and of course the Lorb, sent by the Giant and Senorita Dido in response to Bob. Like it seems like this might be related to that somehow. And the early scene we got with Laura where she takes her face off. Tells Cooper a secret and then is like, I don't know, taken away somewhere. I feel like that's got to come into play as we near the end here. And so I feel like we're closing into something involving Laura specifically.
Yeah.
In addition to the other stuff that we kind of know is involved. But yeah, this is like, I guess she was like this sometimes in the series, and I guess what this most reminds me of is her intros. It's almost like she read a Log Lady intro to Hawk.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about how often they would have these conversations, if at all often, because it seems like he's just listening to this crazy esoteric rambling of this woman, Here's a crazy theory that I don't think is true, but I haven't really heard anyone mention it, so I'll bring it up in terms of Laura and the Lorb. So the last time we saw Laura in the like present story, I guess, she was in the Black Lodge and she whispers something to Cooper, and then she like does something where she flies up and away. Incorporating the idea that time is weird in these different zones and places. What if the Giant, basically, do you see what I'm saying? Like Laura zoomed up and out of the Black Lodge and came through the Giant's gold dust head stuff into the Lorb. So he trans.
I thought you were gonna go the other way. Oh, I thought you were gonna say he sent the Lorb, and then that's who like delivered the message, and then she got taken away by like other opposing forces. But yeah, no, that's interesting. The other way around.
Yeah, like he sucked her out of that place.
He sucked her out and put her in the Lorb.
And sent her like back in time or something, maybe to stop what might happen, presumably, or to sort of, maybe it's like a cyclical thing, and so he's like, that's completing the circle by sending her back, and she will encounter whatever happened in the past again, and it kind of is like a cycle, or I don't know. Anyway, I just kind of was thinking of that idea. I'm thinking like Laura's the one. What does that mean? And the last time we saw Laura was when she's like zoomed away, and then we saw the Lorb, which is a singular thing. That's the one. So I don't know. Right. So wait, what were you thinking I was gonna say?
Basically the opposite. That that he sent the Lorb to the future.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then I still don't get it. How does that connect to what we saw in the Black Lodge?
That has something to do with what her message was. That he was trying to intervene against Bob in the future.
You mean when she whispered to Cooper?
Yeah.
But so you're saying that wasn't the Laura, that was a different Laura than the one that we have seen in the Black Lodge before?
I guess that's what that would mean, yeah.
I see.
I mean, I thought that's what you were saying. I don't necessarily think that's true.
Yeah, no. I think the other way kind of makes sense because we saw her leave a place and then enter, versus the other way that you're saying is weird because she almost would have to have been from the orb when Dale first sees her in the Black Lodge in the original series.
Which I guess is a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it took place far enough in the past that, the point where it appears, seemingly... I guess there's no time rules at all.
Well, that's what's weird is, unless you're saying, like, the orb goes to the past... I don't know what it's doing for a long time. And then Laura is born. And then she dies. And then she goes to the Black Lodge. But she's somehow still the Lorb in some sense. And then vanishes out from the Black Lodge. That's what you're saying? That kind of thing?
I was actually thinking that maybe the entity in the Black Lodge... I don't know. The connection with Laura, I guess, is hard to tell, but is the Lorb in some way?
Okay, but in some way, it's also Laura.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe it's not exactly the same, but it's yeah.
Well, that's kind of the point she always makes when she asks about her identity is there's some sort of difference there, and I sort of have been up until now thinking the difference is she's dead, so she's not the same Laura. Right. And people have pointed out, when she takes her face off, this idea of she's like a pure form or something, or that's her soul or whatever. God, that Lorb thing is so confusing.
Yeah,
it's so confusing. Yeah, I wish it would have, if they had sent the Lorb to like the 80s or something, or the 70s when Laura was born or whatever, it would have helped so much more.
It would have been way clearer.
It would have been way clearer and straightforward and probably boring,
yeah, we wouldn't get all this speculation.
Oh, jeez.
What did the Lorb do? It's totally unclear.
So, yes, we get this extra stuff with the Log Lady and Hawk. I love this relationship. It's very interesting. Especially, because you got this sort of real-world situation with Catherine Coulson, eventually dying after recording this stuff. And and she's obviously in poor health as her character, too. So this idea that Hawk is just someone who, like, will put up with her rambling. And, he buys into it, but just the idea that she has someone that understands her after all this time, and crazy stuff happening.
Yeah. I didn't necessarily think we were going to get more Log Lady calls. I guess I thought the opening ones were it.
Yeah, he found what she said to find, but somehow like she's giving him another like part of the roadmap here.
Yeah.
I wonder if electricity is humming. It has to do with the woodsman or something being around or being more active, or the Black Lodge people.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the glowing around the moon, but the glow is dying. Don't really get that part of it. But yeah, what will be in the darkness that remains is a total old school Log Lady type of question.
Yeah.
And I guess, she's telling him to double down on the Truman brothers. I do wonder the fact that she does mention the brothers means we will get some more Harry.
Right.
I'm still holding out hope that
they got him for a day or something.
I know, for like 20 minutes, right? Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's possible. It's possible.
And it's like a big secret, like, and it's been under wraps, and so no one knows about it, and it's such a wish fulfillment idea, but
they are keeping the idea alive. So, which I found to be kind of a surprise. If they, maybe you had an answer for this at some point. Like I was thinking, like if they, if they know they're not going to have the actor, it sort of seems like, oh, I guess was your answer like maybe he'll have a funeral and like that will provide something in terms of the story. Like maybe that's why they kept him alive off screen, as opposed to what they did with the Major.
Yeah. I think the big reason to keep him alive off screen is so that there can be some information sharing, and they haven't really done that yet. But I assume Frank will ask Harry something only Harry knows. And that's why a big reason they still have him on the show versus saying like, oh, he passed away a couple years ago or something.
Right.
They do want to keep this Truman Brothers thing alive. And speaking of Truman Brothers, I would love if there's any Bookhouse Boy stuff left. Are they too old to be Bookhouse Boys? Like, is it just an idea that But I feel like wasn't the whole idea of the Bookhouse Boys is that they had a long legacy and multiple like generations and stuff. And,
they said that.
So I feel like Bobby should be a Bookhouse Boy at this point.
Absolutely.
But they do need they do need like the next generation of Bookhouse Boys to like show up, which I don't know who that would be. Like, and I guess that calls into question if Steven, Becky's husband, if he could at some point. I mean, I don't really see this happening before the end of the show, but if at some point he'd get his act together like Bobby did and stop being an asshole and like become a cop or something.
Yeah. I mean, he's a better candidate than Richard Horn, I guess.
Yeah, Richard's dying before this show's over. There's just no way he's not dead by the end of this.
But yeah, we don't have so far like anyone any younger characters, I guess male characters specifically, who are like in the generation past the kids from the original series.
Yeah, it's like
who are any good.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, I don't know, Ray, he'll move to Twin Peaks and join. I mean, I don't know who it really could be.
Yeah, Ray doesn't have the moral fiber to be a Bookhouse Boy.
I'm just, hey, maybe he's secretly, an FBI agent, or maybe he's, doing it for the greater good. I mean,
I see. Yeah, I guess there's still a chance.
He's fighting evil Cooper.
Like,
so
is it one of those things? Because like Gordon had that scene with Denise, and they had this whole retcon of like, Denise, back when you were undercover with the DEA, which is explaining this whole thing about why you're FBI.
Yeah.
Would it be a thing like that where like Denise has Ray undercover? And didn't tell Gordon that like Ray is undercover or something like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think they would have to not know at this point. But yeah, that's if we're gonna get more Denise, which I don't know whether to expect more Denise or not.
God, I feel like we should get one more bit of something, but her cameo was good for for what it was, and it makes sense. It would make sense if we didn't get any more.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't have like a huge role in the original series, and I guess for that proportionally, like in terms of the new story, I think it makes sense that would be. But then I could also see like one more scene.
Yep. Exactly. I feel like one more, just like a book ending, sort of a thing.
Yeah, and they probably could have just filmed them both at the same time.
Oh yeah. I do. It would, and speaking of bookending, it'd be interesting if, sort of towards when the case is over or something, if she can make some comment about Gordon and Tammy, or like Gordon's like, let's see Denise, I was a good boy or something, or tie that back together.
My hands wandered a little bit, but
but that's what hands are wont to do. Who knows what hands shall do?
It's not for you or I to say, Denise.
The stars align. Hands grab things. I can tell it from the hug. That Diane was corrupted. Yikes.
Oh man. So yeah, this was a nice surprise. Definitely this part had a rough start for me, but a decent finish.
I agree. And then we get, the Rebecca Del Rio song
for a closeout with the Roadhouse.
We'll all remember from Jorlando from Club Silencio from Mulholland Drive.
Yes, very memorable.
I didn't recognize her at first in this scene until she started singing some more, but I immediately saw her dress, which has the zigzag floor pattern, and I immediately hated it because I thought it was too meta. And I thought it was too sort of obvious for a Twin Peaks like singer or person to like, I'll just wear a dress that's looks like one of the most iconic things on the show. Yeah. But and then I realized who it was, and I thought, oh, okay, she gets a pass.
She's allowed.
She totally gets a pass. Yep.
Yeah.
She's allowed. She can do it. Yeah. Because it's already meta that she's in this too.
Right. Totally.
Also singing in Spanish and
yeah.
Still I Banda though. I Banda indeed.
I Banda. It's true.
Yeah.
I Banda.
I Banda.
So David Lynch actually co-wrote the song she's singing.
Oh, interesting.
If you look in the credits. And I would say for me, like, this was the thing that felt the closest to the vibe of the old Roadhouse from like the people we've seen so far. And it's probably just because it's the only one who's been in a Lynch movie before.
Yeah.
Performing. So yeah, like, I mean, I guess I kind of wish something had happened besides the performance. I wish it had kind of led somewhere. I think I would have enjoyed it more in that way. But like atmospherically, I think this felt the most in tune with the series. And that's, probably just because of where, who it is and what the source material is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. The dress didn't bother me one way or the other. I guess now that you make me think about it.
You better fucking think about it right now. I'm making you think.
I can kind of go down the same road that you're going down. Like, it's kind of too much, but yeah, she I mean, that Silencio scene is, definitely one of the most memorable moments from Mulholland Drive or perhaps all of Lynch. So yeah, if anyone's going to show up in Twin Peaks and somehow, get to dress like the Black Lodge,
Yeah, I mean, luckily her little jackety blouse thing wasn't like red, like the drapes or anything. That was like the only thing missing.
Take it to the next level.
Yeah.
I think Moby is also the bassist. That's a weird cameo.
I do see him being the bassist. I didn't catch that. He's got like a handlebar mustache or something. I think.
Yeah.
I don't expect him to look like that. But now I can see it.
Yeah, it's a weird.
I didn't know Moby played bass.
Yeah. I didn't either, but yeah, I guess he's, maybe a multi-instrumentalist.
Mm-hmm. You sure he's not playing guitar?
Is it guitar?
I think he's playing guitar. Yeah, I'm looking
He's
at
on
it
the
now.
left, right? I always assume bass players on the left. I don't know why. I can't think of a single example why. But
no, he's playing. Yeah, he's playing guitar. There's six.
There you go. There. He's playing. I wanted him to be playing bass, but yeah. There you go. He's playing guitar.
I would assume he could play guitar. Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough.
No one's playing bass.
No one's playing bass. Maybe the keyboard's providing the bass. They have the range.
Yeah, they can do it. All right. Well, what an interesting episode part here. Yeah, part 10. Yeah. 8 parts to go.
8 to go.
8 parts to go. So many more mysteries to start.
So much Dougie.
Yeah, man. Okay, this has been very interesting. Yeah, we got... Yeah, it was a very, very sort of fragmented part. Lots of random stuff. Like we said at the beginning, the sort of lower tier storylines here. I guess I kind of am assuming some of these storylines will continue to progress and take some of the focus the next few parts, and then we'll more or less be done with them as we transition to like Twin Peaks towards the end. Yeah. And then we'll.
How many more attempts on Dougie's life are going to be made? Like it's that has got.
I feel like. I kind of see like if the Mitchell brothers really do meet with Dougie, I feel like he's gonna. Well, I think they're not even gonna try to kill him per se. Like I think he's gonna somehow disarm them or. Like convince them that he's not the one or something before they really try to kill him. They'll get some weird sense that this isn't right, or they'll get a call from Bushnell that the claim is going to go through, so they don't have any grudge anymore, or even Bushnell. Bushnell could even say like one of our guys, Anthony Sinclair, was fucking with you guys, like and then they could immediately try to get Anthony. I think if anyone tries to kill him again, tries to kill Dougie again, it'll be Anthony because which is like. Now I'm confused. Why does he have to kill him?
Because Duncan said.
But I mean, what is Duncan holding over on Anthony? Is it just that he knows that the Mitchell? Because it's really Duncan who's behind the Mitchell brothers insurance thing. Anthony facilitated it.
Yeah.
But so why? So it's like, okay, Anthony, if you don't kill Dougie, then I'm going to what?
Right, it's not clear. He didn't make a specific threat. I don't know.
Yeah.
What we're supposed to think he has on Anthony exactly.
Or I'll tell the Mitchell brothers that it was you.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll just kill you, I guess. Maybe. Okay.
Could be. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not clear. But I guess like he clearly cares enough to get involved to the extent he has so far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could just be for the money.
What money?
Well, presumably Duncan Todd's paying him.
Is paying him, yeah.
I would guess for the
for doing the claim thing.
Help, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's something more than that. I agree. I can totally see the next step being, but then what purpose are the Mitchum? No, I'm not doing your thing.
Yeah.
What purpose are the Mitchum brothers going to serve? If they're not going to try to kill Dougie, like, is it just filler? I mean,
that's what I was saying. I feel like some of these smaller plot lines are sort of filler, so that we can. In these middle episodes, pass the time until
the other storylines can kind of get to the point they need
until
to be.
the circle completes. Yeah,
right.
Is the circle Cooper waking up, or is the circle people coming? Because she was kind of talking about other people, right? The brothers, the Truman brothers, and the other good people have been with you.
Yeah.
The circle's almost complete means like there's some other people that will come and help you with this.
That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the FBI is probably coming there, and I definitely think Cooper's coming there at some point. So
is it? But I feel like it should be. Ideally, it'd be someone Hawk knows that he can trust. And I don't know who's left for that to be other than Cooper.
Yeah.
So maybe Dougie goes to Vegas. He gets assigned there for not Vegas, sorry. Twin Peaks, like you said, he gets assigned there to sell insurance.
Oh God!
Right. And that completes the circle, and somehow he wakes up. But there's also the circle of sycamore trees, and I'm wondering if that's supposed to mean anything.
Oh yeah, right.
Circles generally represent like portals on this show, and that kind of thing, and opening to a gateway and all that stuff. So I wonder if that has any meaning.
When we saw the log lady again, I was really hoping she would reference the trip that Hawk took out there.
Mm-hmm.
Way early on when he expected something to happen and presumably nothing happened.
Oh yeah.
I guess I wanted a little bit of follow up on that. It's a weird detail that I'm not satisfied with yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Much like the security guard.
Right. Dougie's ring.
And Dougie's ring. Yeah. Yeah. So many mysteries.
So little time. All right, well, thanks for listening. We'll be back next time.
Sounds good. See you then.
All right, take it easy. Bye.
Bye.